Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Lorelei Shamayo, and this is the MeWe Fairs and MeWe Awakening panels for energizing body, mind, heart, and soul. We have events throughout the Northwest and online. Tonight is one of our panels. We have 6 practitioners on the panel. We're going to be answering your questions, and we always have a theme for our panels. And tonight the theme is love, new love for you. It might be new love for you and yourself, self-love. It might be new love in a new relationship, or a relationship that you don't even know what it is yet. It might be a new love that's opening in a relationship that's been here for a long time. All kinds of things. It might be new love in that you have a new pet come into your life. I have no idea what it's going to be. So we all have, excuse me, we all have different specialties. And so we're going to go through and introduce ourselves so you know what it is that we do. And then chances are everyone will answer a question if you'd like to ask a question of the panel. So you'll get many different perspectives to your question. And yeah, so let's just go through and have the practitioners start introducing themselves. And practitioners, when you share, you've got about 3 minutes or so. And feel free to share about all the different types of work that you do, as well as maybe what we'll do it in 2 stages tonight. Let's have everyone talk about yourself and your practice. And then we're going to come back around a second round to talk about love and relationships. Okay, so 2 stages. Yeah, so go ahead and talk about yourself and all of what you do the first round, and then, yeah, we'll come back. All right. And I'm just going to keep all the practitioners muted until it's your turn to share. All right, great. All right. Practitioners, who wants to share first? And I got to get everybody pinned, actually. Hold on 1 second. All right. Yeah, practitioners, who wants to go first? And give me a moment to get you pinned. Yeah, and you've got like 3 minutes or so. Feel free, whoever wants to jump in.
I can go
I'll
first.
start.
Oh,
Huh?
go ahead.
No, Jess.
New Hewitt.
Hi, I'm Jessie Starr. I'm with Healing Pathwalkers is my practice. I am a intuitive psychic and empathic medium. I do all kinds of energy work and healing work, but mostly my passion is teaching you how to be your own best healer and guide by connecting you with yourself and your internal alignment, helping you to feel your energy, learn how to use it, move it, focus it. I believe that we are beings of infinite potential as long as we allow ourselves to get right and centered with ourselves. So that is my whole point and focus of my work. I have built 3 different 1-year training programs, A to Z, Your Guide to Energy, teaching people energetic discernment and awareness, how to use their body as a fine-tuning frequency device and generator, essentially. Then Life Mastery, which teaches belief and trauma recovery work, as well as how to utilize your mind, body, spirit complex and heal the relational fields. That focuses mostly upon your own perspectives and learning how to rewrite your story, becoming an author in your own life, empowered. And then my 3rd program is called Let It Flow. It is an adept training program for people who want to really take their energy work and practice to the next level, teaching you how to work with elemental forces and really be able to influence more on the net of human collective consciousness and all of that sort of stuff. I usually have that as a secondary training program because I'd like for everybody to have their belief work in place before we start working on those sorts of things. I have been working for the last 8 years as a teacher and guide and doing session work and building programs. I've been reading tarot for the last 30 years, not professionally. I started professionally with Lorelei in her home in Portland, I guess 7 years ago now, I think. That was my very first place doing it publicly for pay. And I started integrating energy work and crystals into tarot to be able to utilize the tarot as a mind body, an energy body, like you would using crystals on the physical body. Let's see. I use a Wheel of Ganesh tarot spread, which I'm offering as a special here. Normally it's $44 for that spread. We look at the bones of what it is, the foundation of your belief systems at play, where you're at in your road, and what is it that we can do to start bringing in an energetic influence, help support you in making real world changes perspective shifts and understand the lesson at hand. I think that's about it. You can find me at healingpathwalkers.com. You can email me at jessie@healingpathwalkers.com also. And I'm super excited to be here. Thanks, Lorelei.
Thanks so much, Jesse. You're welcome. Yeah, it's great to revisit all that. The few of us that started way, way back. It's great. All right. Let's see. So who had started to jump in earlier? You can go next. Who was that?
That was me. Hi,
Wait,
everybody.
sorry, wait, hold on. I got to pin you to the
Okay.
front. So is
Okay.
this? Oh, Lisa.
Lisa.
Okay, great. Let me get you pinned.
Lots
All
of
right,
people
go
to
ahead.
filter through. Hi there, everybody. My name is Lisa Knowlton, and I go by Lisa Love Warrior, and was recently reminded that it was co-authored by my friend Ashley, Galactic Ashley, who's with us tonight as well. I have a background in yoga, mostly the physical practice of yoga, but I was not only a practitioner, I taught for 20 years and practiced for 25. And then the last 2 years was able to kind of break free from the confinements that not just the practice was providing for me, but a lot of other things. So I have high respect for yoga practices. It is not out of disrespect that I moved on from it, but I was able to re-empower the energy body that was inside of me. So from this day forward, I work with people in their hearts. A lot of my background was in hearing people talk about the heart, and I didn't know exactly what to do. Can you believe that? So I do heart openings. I help people open their hearts either through energy work or doing a heart reading and discussing with them what might need to be released so that the heart can have more of a voice in their life. And then also movement practices that can help combine the energy of the heart moving through the throat and into the mind so that it can coordinate, the heart and the mind can coordinate. So I was being prompted to mention the throat, that is a part of the body that I've not only worked on myself a lot, but I tend to attract a lot of people who need to use their voice more. So I also channel, and I channel information either when I'm doing a reading or while I'm doing a hands-on healing session with someone. And everything that I do is considered what I consider more of like a therapeutic practice to help people grow from feelings of confinement. That's been probably the biggest theme and word that I've used in my own life, and being able to grow from that. So I've touched on all the things that I made notes with, so I'm going to let somebody else go now. Thanks for being here.
Great. Thanks, Lisa. All right, let's see. Who wants to go next? I just have to get you pinned. I don't know.
I will go for it. This is Galactic.
Okay, let me go find you. Okay, great. All right, go ahead.
Okay. Hello. I am Galactic Ashley, and I channel divine guidance for star seeds, connecting them to their star families and galactic lineages. I use light language frequencies and work with your cosmic connections to facilitate high frequency healing transmissions and encoded activations. I facilitate 4 10-week galactic guided intensives during the year, and the next one that we have coming up is the Light Language Activation and Healing Program, which is one of my favorite, and it's an intensive where you will be able to access one of your most powerful healing tools and feel more empowered as we shift through this ascension process. And light language works with our voices, with our hands, through our bodies, with movement, and then in drawing and writing. Additionally, I have these $99 midnight specials that are available, and I have an event that I'm doing with the shaman Wyatt Larson from the Wildwood Hollow tomorrow night, where we will be connecting you to your tree totems and another way to connect with Mother Earth. And additionally, I just started and launched something called the Crystal Skull Council, and I have a skull cast available where I am looking for other skull guardians to interview. And really, the Crystal Skull Council is about this evolution in crystalline consciousness that is now available to support the new human as the human that is being experienced today begins to transmute into their crystalline bodies while their physical and etheric structures become less dense. So we have conversations about all of that. So you can find me at galacticashley.com, and I'm very excited to be here on this new moon and new lunar new year that we're moving into with all of these really intense high vibrational energies that are just pouring into this planet.
Thanks so much, Galactic Ashley. All right, great. Let's see. So who's going to go next? Amber, did you want to go? And then Thorin, or? Oh, wait, hold on, Amber, you're still muted, and then let me get you pinned. Hold on. Yeah, you're still muted. Great. No, you're pinned. Go ahead.
Am I pinned?
You are,
I can't.
yes.
Oh, okay. I see you. I don't see me, but that's fine. So my name's Amber Blaze, and I created a site that's called Astro Love Timer. What I did is take my love for astrology and also just my sort of obsession with, why do people fall in love, and like all the different love stories that happen in our lives. And I wanted to know specifically why we fall in love when we do, and then what that has to do with the planets and everything. And I found after 20 years, I found some really incredible patterns. And I put that into a tool called the Astro Love Timer. And one of the things that I'm most proud of is I actually found patterns that show when someone ends up cheating in a relationship. So this kind of knowledge has really helped people a lot, because essentially what I learned is that when someone falls really deeply in love, especially just love at first sight, that usually they're getting a ton of astrological energy, ton of planetary energy coming at them when that happens. And often we think that we've fallen for someone that's really amazing. We have this strong connection, but what's going on for the other person can be the complete opposite, and they can sort of just be taking advantage of the situation. And that's when we end up getting our hearts broken, not realizing that we were kind of set up by Cupid, Cupid's magical arrow in a sense, kind of putting us in this position to fall very deeply in love and then end up getting hurt. So I've been able to turn things around for some people where they were obsessed with someone, couldn't leave a relationship for have my back. I was there for them. They weren't there for me. Sure, we can sometimes recognize that.
Amber, sorry, I want to interrupt you. You cut out a little bit, so we lost something.
Okay.
So
okay.
You started to talk about how it was useful for you, I think.
Yeah, for myself and some other people that found themselves in situations where they knew they had to get out of the relationship, but it was when they finally were able to see the truth of what was going on planetarily that they were able to finally break that bond, because they realized that the other person didn't really have their back, and they were the ones that had all that planetary energy when they first met. So I've put all of this into a tool called the Astro Love Timer, created a course called Connect and Commit, where you can come in, you can use those tools, you can use the partner tools, so you can see what was going on with you and someone else when you met. We've got live webinars and all that sort of thing. Right now I'm offering a special so that you can get a one-on-one with me, and as well as a membership to the course for $149. And I'll be doing my best to, if you have your astrology information and you send it on over to me in the chat, I'll be doing my best to gather up the resources I have and tell you what I can see as far as timing's concerned in your love life.
Great, thanks so much, Amber. All right, great, let's see. Are we gonna switch and Thorn's gonna go? right, let me get everybody pinned.
Hello.
All right, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Thorn. In American Sign Language, my name is moved on the side of the cheek like this. I'm very, very excited to be here. I'm really looking forward to interacting with all of you tonight as practitioners and audience members. Most of my work has different modalities. I work with the tarot, I do astrology, I do runes, I do energy work, healing work. I also work with a wide spectrum of different clients. So there's different modalities and ways that I sort of support people. I do life coaching. Again, most of my clients are a very wide range. I work with people that know ASL to people that don't know ASL, people that identify as deaf, hard of hearing, or hearing. I do energy work. I do work with clients in the LGBTQA2 spirit community. You know, that's my people. So we definitely have some similar headspace there when getting to work with those types of clients. So, and I've been very welcomed by that community, and I'm grateful for that. So that's a little bit about my work. Also, I do intuitive work. Sort of my vision and the way that I've sort of been channeling, working through the spiritual world, working through past lives, working with cosmic connections. I really like to take a holistic view and be able to offer that knowledge to the clients that I work with. So it really is sort of a broad spectrum of not only modalities that I'm working with, but also the ways in which we can tap into those energies. I think this particular panel, just talking about love and the connections that we have, the relationships with people, whether people are in relationships as a family, whether they're identifying as monogamous, polygamous, really I work A to Z. So, and it's been a journey. So I've, only really recently started working with those modalities, and it's been popping up more and more. And so I've really been able to sort of channel that in my work more recently. I've seen that come through from the ancestors forward. So typically it will be focused though mostly on I'm mostly focused with the goddess energy. Yeah, that's mostly where I'm resonating with. Or it might be connected with the Fae worlds and the fairy energy as well. I also do a lot of work in that realm as well. So, it really just depends on the client. I like to try to sort of match my clients where they're at and then bring whatever modality makes the most sense to be able to really match that client and what they're needing. Excellent. So I'm very happy to be here. If anybody has any questions that you'd like to ask me, please feel free. You can we'll be utilizing the interpreters throughout the evening, or if you want to use the chat box, you can communicate with me directly. I'm very flexible. Either way works tremendously for me, and I'm excited to be here. Thank you again.
Thanks so much, Thorn. All right, let's see. Practitioners, did everyone else?
And Lorelei, the interpreter, will be Dana for the next 20 minutes.
Great. Did all the practitioners introduce themselves now, except for me? Maybe so. All right. And I'm Lorelei Shamayo. I'm an intuitive eye reader, a body psychology coach, matchmaker. I do conscious online dating coaching. I'll share more about those things in a few minutes. So with my intuitive eye readings, I think that we all read eyes all the time. We're familiar with the phrase, eyes are a window to the soul. And you can get a sense for yourself when you've met someone with dark sunglasses and you can't see their eyes, there's so much missing. And as soon as you see their eyes, there's so much there. So I'm able to see your soul and help you get a much deeper sense of who you are, what you're about, why you're here, how you do so many things that you do, how you communicate, what motivates you, all kinds of things. And I'm able to look at other people in photographs that you show me, or, if they're here too. And I can tell you about you and them and connections between each of you. I can help you make choices that really support you expressing your purpose, career path. Just all kinds of relationship things that we'll talk about in a bit too. And then the body psychology coaching is a way of helping you grow through the lessons that are here. I can help you see what your biggest lessons are, and then get all sorts of insight and tools for how to shift and reclaim your wholeness. So an example of body psychology coaching is that feelings typically arise in the body in particular places. I think that bodies show up the feelings show up in the body. So one, it can help you get more in touch with your feelings and more comfortable being with them and expressing them. But also you can notice when you have them, because when you get just an itch, for example, you might think it's just an itch, but often, almost all the time actually, it's that you have a feeling and you haven't noticed it, and your body is like, hey, pay attention, pay attention, pay attention. And this is so great for making all kinds of choices in your life, for asking for what you want, saying when you don't want something, noticing that you're scared and shifting out of fear if there's no reason to be scared right now and it's imaginary. So how to come out of your head and back into the present moment. So all kinds of different ways of shifting. Sometimes it's just noticing, and then there are other active things that you could do with your body to create shifts, different ways you can move and different things you can say, different kinds of like affirmations, and it makes all sorts of shifts in the brain. So all kinds of different things like that. Oh, that's what I do. Let me say, I used to be a scientist, so it's been this interesting journey for me getting to here. I did science and legal work, and just so I have a bit more of a scientific way that I go about reading people, that I teach others. And then as people open to their intuition in different ways, there are all sorts of new access points for how to read more deeply. And I read all kinds of things in people that I don't understand how I read. So yeah, it's just a great fun journey of exploring, and I'm excited to be able to share this with you, do this with you. I have a training program for teaching people to read eyes. I do authentic relating, which is a way of deepening and relationship skills and authenticity, comfort with being who you are. And I run all these different events. So that's me. And then share just a little bit more about the event tonight. Let's see, what do I want to say? Well, so I've put some information in the chat, and I'll put it in the chat again. It's free to be here and listen, and it's a small fee to listen and learn, and it's a small fee to ask a question. So we have 2 or 3 people in line so far that I know of. I'll put their names in the chat in a moment. And if you want to ask a question tonight, please give your birth date, time, and place information to either Amber or to me in the chat ahead of time. And Amber will be all ready to share when we come to answer your question. Probably all the practitioners will answer your question. We're not certain. It's possible that it'll be just 4 or 5 of us. We'll see as we go along. Also tonight, since we have the interpreters here, we have 2 of them. When you pay to ask a question, if you want to share an extra tip, or if you simply want to give us a donation and a tip to help pay for the interpreters, that would be great. We very much welcome all those contributions. And the information on PayPal and Venmo, and you can pay with Square through me. So all sorts of ways you can contribute tonight. Keep in mind that this is a public forum. So yeah, as you ask questions, we're going to be sharing in public. So yeah, it's more of the basics. Now let's go through actually the practitioners again. And we need to all share more about love, and like the theme of love and new love for you, because some of us shared about that and some of us didn't. So yeah, reminded. Let's do that first. I guess, how about if we have Thorn come back in, if Thorn wants to say any more about love, and let's do that first. Let's see, let me get you pinned.
Absolutely.
Great. All right, go ahead, take another minute or 2.
Sounds great. Absolutely. Yes. Thank you, Lorelai. Thank you. So I tend to work with a lot of the cosmic energy and a lot with the cosmic space. So really I deal with relationships. So a client's journey, where they're at, where their heart space is at. And so I tend to draw from many different avenues to be able to apply those things to offer them the greatest amount of support. You know, maybe it's plant-based knowledge, herbalism, like maybe they need hawthorn root or rose or any of the sort of plant modalities that could be utilized. Oftentimes, you know, something will sort of spark that in me and I'll realize that that's something I need to be offering to them. Or maybe it's advice on how to work through using those things for health or healing, for growth, development, those sorts of things. And then on the other side of that, sometimes I will receive the information or the message from the cosmic area or the goddess, like Freya, for example, Isis, Venus, Aphrodite, all of those. They will actually give me some information that I can then apply to that path. And then maybe we could utilize that and then do some work in some other areas as well. And so, you know, if the client themselves wants to work with that specific type of energy, then they could tell me that. And then maybe I could facilitate that conversation between them and the goddess spirit directly and act as sort of a conduit between their two. And so that way they can have that direct relationship and receive that support on their journey. For me, love, heartache, grief, trauma, anything connected. When we speak about the topic of love, I love working with that. I think for myself, it's always never with the direct work. I think there's always something very tangential that really comes through that I'm then able to offer to my clients. So it's really often sometimes coming from an indirect way that I'm pulling from. And again, I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy to offer all of that experience and knowledge that I have in my work. And thank you for having me.
Thanks so much, Thorn. All right. So practitioners, who wants
Oh,
to
one
jump
more
in?
thing, Lorelai. Sorry, one more thing.
Hold on, let me go grab Thorn. I got to figure out where Thorn went. Okay, Thorn's back.
Thank you. I apologize. This just popped into my head and I wanted to throw it out there real quick. Often in the Fae world, there's a lot there collected with magic and Fae work. And so I just wanted to mention that that's a modality I work with as well. Thank you so much.
Great, great. All right. Okay, yeah, practitioners, who wants to go and share another minute or two about love? And Amber, if there's anything else you want to add, go ahead, but you may have shared it. Yeah, so here, let's pin you. Okay.
So about love, of course, I'm an astrologer, like I said, but I only do astrology about love when it comes to working with clients. It's just been my greatest love to do that kind of research, to delve into that sort of thing. One of the things that, how do I put it? Gosh, what I was going to say just left my head. I guess, but as an astrologer too, I kind of got tired of sort of having this sort of talking about like who you're attracted to and what you're about. I wanted something that was going to be much more sort of stable that I could touch. And so that's why I chose sort of narrowing it down to, when two people meet. I love the stories of like, the first time we met, that sort of meet cute thing. But it turns out that astrologically, we can actually see what's going on. And that's like really, really excites me because I feel like when it comes to love, there's already so many unknowns. Like it's so overwhelming, the feelings of love and the things that they could make us sort of like do and want to do. And I just wanted to have like a little handle to be able to, make that huge sensation a little less overwhelming. And so that's why I do what I'm doing, just because, there's a million different ways you can go with love. And there's a million different ways that can make us feel. I hope this makes sense. I feel like I'm kind of just like talking like in a way that's just like kind of like out there, but
let me see a little bit. So you talked about timing. So astrology for timing. So it's about when we're going to meet someone. If we've met someone, what can the time that we met tell us? And then you also said about affairs. So you can say something about the relationship we're in and what's likely to happen going forward, or what happened in the past.
Yeah, but I guess my main point is just that love can be so overwhelming that it was exciting to me to find out that with astrology, we could try to like sort of take all of that and make it into a small little bundle that we can kind of look at and have like a little bit of like, like a magic 8-ball to help us with it. Yeah.
All right, great. All right, thank you, Amber.
Thanks.
All right, let's see. Who wants to go next?
I can go next.
Okay, let's get you pinned. All right, go ahead.
So I personally come from a little bit different of an approach. In psychology, they say, give me your child for the first 7 years and I'll tell you what kind of an adult you have. Our chakra system is built over our first 7 years of growth and development. That's going to be all of your core programming, all written in about how you respond, how you react, what you're looking for, what you believe love is, what love feels like. what it feels like to be witnessed, whether you believe that person is actually going to be able to love you back, if it's safe to receive love, if it's not. I work with trauma survivors. My background comes up through more DV, domestic violence, and giving women and men empowerment and resources and tools to overcome the programming of childhood trauma and of belief matrix and maladaptive familial patterns that we then repeat unconsciously in our relationships. And those, I believe, are what really pull us out of a state of love. And I believe that our soul, mind, body, spirit complex, its natural state is to be in a state of love, in a state of joy and bliss. But we get pulled out of that because of our way of interpreting and visualizing this reality. And oftentimes we're finding ourselves attracted to people not because of who that person is, but because of what they remind us of and all the characters in our past that they now can play. And so if we can work those issues out, we can clear the slate. Lorelei spoke to this earlier, working through and clearing out the space so you actually have room to find what is it that you actually want? What do you actually enjoy? What do you actually connect with as a human being now? Not because you're used to a climate of stress, or you're used to a climate of dismissal, or you're used to just feeling alone all the time, even in a state of love.
Great. If you wanted to finish up the thought, go ahead.
So for me, I believe that if we can identify what that person, when we're engaging with them, what they make us believe to be true about ourselves or what we're seeking, we have a much different approach to how we're going to love that person and receive love from them. So I will be speaking to more of those sorts of topics. I know I'm not the light, fluffy deliverance of love person, but that's what I work with.
I'm going to follow up with some more not so light and fluffy stuff. This is Galactic Ashley. So you
That's great.
Oh, okay. Can I go?
Yeah, go ahead. You're pinned.
Okay. um, I just when Jessie was speaking, I was like, "Oh, the dragons! They love her." It's so important to work with your subconscious. I will not harp on that, but it's so important. And so, one of the things that they said is that true love is the breath of the Creator, and to remember that we are the creators and the created ones, and we are the divine sorcerers always connected to source. So what does this mean? Similar to what Jessie said, that the love vibration shows up in relationships and partnerships as master teachers. So if we're willing to see them that way, these relationships, if we can hold a compassionate observation, are really here to help us to heal so that we can open as the love that we already are, because that is our natural state. And of course, you can have relationships and be in love and all of that good feeling stuff, but in so many ways, we are so much more than that. Because each time that we open to connect with our divine self, or even in meditation, our current vibration is interacting with a higher vibration, and we begin the process of entrainment. So we're calibrating ourselves to these vibratory states. So we're constantly calibrating ourselves to how much love can we withhold within our bodies. And similar to the chakras that Jessie was speaking about, these are vortex fields that are really crystalline, but we're not working with them in that way because we have so much trauma that needs to be healed within us. And once we are able to heal that and to really experience things, then we're, instead of making contracts based on the perception of negative karma, we're making contracts with people that are created in and out of love and can be dissolved in love, and there's no karmic ties, and everybody's okay. And then you just keep flowing, you become the flow and keep moving through life. And so that's where we come from with what love is, and it is extremely powerful, but we have resistance and fear towards it, and what we're really resisting is our own power and it's less about the fear, but it's just the power of our own ability to love and to stand in that sovereignty.
Interpreters are switching now.
Okay, great. Let's. And which practitioner would like to share now?
Excuse me, I think it's me, Lisa.
Okay, great. You're a pin. Wait, hold on. I accidentally
okay.
pinned Jeannie. All right, let's go find Lisa. All right, love warrior. Ah, one moment. I did another trick. One can replace a pin.
Give me time to smooth out the butterflies.
All right, you're both pinned now.
Okay, so I resonate with what everybody has said, even Amber. In fact, I met her at a very similar time as what she's describing. I'm going to talk a little bit more about self-love, even though I think we all are on the same level with that, or the same speaking platform about that. My life as a yoga practitioner was really spent seeking that, and yoga had provided that for me until the trauma started to rise, and then I just cried all the time, and I really didn't have I didn't have anyone there to say to me, "There's more." It just kept coming through as emotions, and then I'd go back to my yoga practice, and I would pull it all back in and tuck it into my nice little pockets of muscles and shapes and all that kind of stuff. So I've really come to understand on a deeper level what self-love really is and self-care really is, because for me, I always go back to the story of what it was like to be someone who, but as a child, I hated myself, and I knew that because my mother heard me say it, and she took me to see someone for that. So then I went on to live this life, and then at this time of what's going on in our planet and in our consciousness, came to be this love warrior person, and even that was hard for me to embody and embrace within my heart, not just in loving myself, but loving where I came from. So that also includes being connected to the stars and galactic beings, but also my family that I have right now. Because one of the inspirations for me to go do yoga was because I didn't want to be sad, I didn't want to be anxious, and I didn't want to be angry like I was raised with. So that, again, I think Ashley touched on this too, but it's really brought me to a place of understanding that the divine is in me, and that I'm connected to the divine as well, and that's a lot of where I have to keep, I want to say reaching for, but at the same time, as I open up to express that gesture in my body, I know that it's also within me as well. So maybe the reaching has a lot more to do with the fact that this divine in me is reaching to connect with not just the divine above and around us, but within the earth and each other. And the last thing I want to mention is forgiveness. I've I think that's probably the one thing that I hear the most these days from the beings that I work with. It's all about forgiveness.
All right, thanks, Lisa. All right, practitioners, anyone else to share about love? Or is it just me now? Maybe it's just me. All right, so as I shared before, I'm an intuitive eye reader, a matchmaker, and a conscious online dating coach. And what I do is I read your eyes, and I like to look at your parents' eyes or any other caregiver's eyes, and then your ex's. And I can help, or a partner that you're with now, and I can see your soul, their souls, and often there are patterns. Often we're attracted to people that are like our family of origin in some way. So I can look and see if your past partners, your current partner, are like your family of origin. Likely it brings up all kinds of triggers. We can feel more drawn to those people because we want to get that love that our little girl, our little boy, our little baby self, whatever range of genders we are, we couldn't get the love from them, not as much as we really wanted. And so when we find someone else who's more conscious and they have similar soul, it can feel so good to get that love. But then it also feels trapping and frustrating in the same way that it did. Sorry, one second. It can also feel trapping and frustrating as it did growing up. So in addition to being attracted to and attracting people like our parents, we often are attracted to people that are different than us. We're taught that opposites attract. But what I think is really going on is that if we don't like who we are enough, if we don't love who we are, when we see other eyes that are like ours, we don't like them either. And so all the people like us, we're like, no, go away. And so what typically happens is over and over again, we're dating people who are very different than us and people that are like our family of origin. And I think those are the hardest people to be with. I think that's why so many of us relationships don't last. We get divorced. We have serial problems like this. It's a new person. We think the situation will be different, but it's the same problem and the same problem and the same problem. And it's because we're drawn to their eyes, even though so much of their life may be different. When it's the same soul, it's the same challenge. So I help people realize this and feel into what's underneath it, those lessons. And then, like, if you're single, this is great to do while you're doing online dating or even before you start dating again. So understand and heal those patterns enough. And then I help you tune your profile and your photos so that you share more of the real you. Most of us get nervous and scared when we go to date. And so all these old false masks of how we used to get love and attention as kids come up. So I help you peel all that back and feel so much more confident sharing you. Like I help you step into loving who you are more. And then we can screen through eyes online of all kinds of people like this, or swiping, find people that are great for you, that are not like your old patterns, not like your family of origin, and people that are so much more like your soul. At first, it can be kind of scary being with someone similar, but you connect so deeply, so quickly that it opens up all sorts of new attraction. So I work with tuning this for each person so that we're finding people that are more like them and a much better match, more like soulmates, and also still attractive. So that's the journey. And if you know your purpose, it's great to date someone who has a similar purpose too. So this is the journey that I take people on in my work. So I'm excited to see you and maybe any photos tonight. You can text me photos. I'll put my number in the chat. I'll put it in my write up there and add that too. Yeah, so send me photos or you can show them on screen too, just keeping in mind that this is recorded. And yeah, I'm excited to work with you. All right, let me say just a little bit more about how the whole event runs. And we've got a lot of people in line for questions right now, so we might have more, we might not have more. I'm not sure. We've got 7 in line, I think. So practitioners, we just have to go at like a good clip to get through people. Let's see. So when you ask a question, keep in mind, right, that this is being recorded and will be online. So when you ask, we may go deeper than you want us to go in this format or talk about other topics that we think are related, but you don't want us talking about that here. That's so okay. Let us know. You might have something you want to tell us ahead of time to not share about, or if we start going somewhere you don't want us to go, just unmute and let us know. Wave your hands in the video, write in the chat, whatever it is to communicate with us, and we will change course. I encourage all of you to learn from all that is asked and all that is answered. We also believe that everyone is intuitive, and so something might come through for you while people are asking questions and we're sharing. So I request that you allow the attention to stay up on the panel tonight, and you might want to write down if something comes through for you. It's a great opportunity to practice opening your intuition, to see maybe what came through you also is something that's shared by a practitioner. That's just extra verification for you. You might get something that's just through you and it's equally valid. It's just no one has shared it. And if you want, when we're done answering someone's question, you can always write that person in private chat and ask them if they'd like to hear what came through for you. And please honor whatever they respond with. They may be full after hearing from maybe 7 of us and talking about some stuff that could be pretty sensitive. So please honor whatever their answer is. They might want to hear and they might not, and trust that it came through for you for some reason if they don't want to know. I think those are all the basics. If you have paid to ask a question, and let's see, the people I have in line, and let me see, is he here? Corey signed up far ahead, so I don't know if Corey's here tonight or not. So I've got Corey, Dale, D, Mary, Kimberly H, Irene, and Kimberly P in line right now. So we might only have 6 of us. So if you paid to ask a question, please get your birth date, time, date, time, and location as best you know in the chat, either to me or to Amber, so that we can have Amber all set up to answer your question. And I've got someone else coming in. Okay, great. I think those are all the basics. I'll put the information in the chat again. And then so I'll put the information on all the practitioners too, and I'm getting more of the practitioner specials in here. And just keep in mind that, part of how you support us for having these events be for free is contribute to the interpreters, please. There's information in the chat about that too. And do sessions with practitioners outside of this event as well. That really supports us all to be here. I'm also going to be putting a link in the chat for a feedback form. So before you leave tonight, if you could fill out the feedback form and give us information on the event, and I know people have some questions, so like something may be confusing or any way that you see we could make this better, that would be helpful. If you give us your contact info, we'll put you on our email list and put you in a drawing for a free 30-minute session with one of us of your choice. Let me see if I can answer this question right now. If we have time, and if all the practitioners have something come through for them, you will hear from all the practitioners when you ask a question. It's possible you might hear from 5 of us or 4 of us or something like that. I guess there's 6 of us here tonight. You might hear from all of us, but someone just may not have anything that they want to share that's new. Like it may be that they feel like everyone's covered it really well, or they have a sense that like energetically, like you're getting the most precious things and they just want to wait and like let that kind of steep. But in general, you'll hear from a whole group of people tonight. You don't have to hear from just one. And if there's one in particular you really want to hear from, you can always ask for that person. They might be able to share first. All right, great. Okay, yeah, so let's see. Let's get started with these questions. All right, more people are coming. So exciting. Okay, let's see. So let's see. Corey, are you here? And if someone has paid and is not here, or we don't get to you, I will give you a refund. I think I don't see Corey, but let's check. All right, I don't see Corey at the moment, but if Corey appears, then Corey will get next in line. So Dale, I think you are next. Let me go find you and pin you.
Lorelai, can I go after? Would you put someone ahead of me?
I'm
just eating my dinner. Thank you.
Sure, that's great. That's great. Thanks for asking for what you want. Okay, let's see. We've got Dee. Are you ready, Dee?
Yes, I am.
All right, so I need to pin you. Well, are you going to come on video or you're not?
Not.
Okay, great. I will just unpin myself. All right, go ahead and share.
Great, thank you. I'm excited about this topic, new love for you. So my questions are, what are some of the qualities in a partner that are going to be especially important to me on my path? You know, my unique needs. I'm curious what the astrologer has to say specifically, and also others as well. That's something I thought, you know, astrologically. What are some of the wonderful things I can experience in a beautiful, healthy, romantic partnership that I haven't experienced yet? Because I've been single for a while, I've had some heartbreak, and you know, not a lot has been modeled for me. So I know there's wonderful ways of being in, you know, in a marriage, in a partnership, in manifesting the perfect person for me, that I haven't really experienced firsthand. And, you know, just, you know, if you guys can touch into, you know, what's important for me to know. And, you know, any guidance around manifesting my beloved, my future husband, what do I need to know and do, and moving into being a good energetic match? Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks for your question. All right, so I'm open to whichever practitioner wants to jump in first. So just let me know so I can get you pinned. And oh, Jesse. Oh, yeah. And if you all want to raise hands in the software, like that would be great too. I'll know what order you want to go in. All right, Jesse, you're here.
Jump in.
Yep.
Thanks. I'm going to jump in first, just to kind of like set something, because I'm not picking up a lot directly from you specifically, but what I am picking up is you asked what kind of things can I expect from a romantic partnership that I haven't had before, and what kind of qualities do I want in a partner? Well, those are things I think that it's kind of like, you know, if I asked you, do you want to go out to dinner? And you're like, yes. And I said, well, what kind of things do you want to eat? You know, it'd be hard for us to be able to just like pull out of the air the perfect restaurant for you. However, why don't you try this on for size? The person in front of you is the perfect partner for you. And if it's nobody right now, that's you. You are your perfect partner right now. And until you can find all the ways that you can fall in love with that mirror of yourself and be willing to be witnessed by another person, because if you've taken a choice to remove yourself and be single for a while, and whether that's a conscious choice or not, or a soul choice, that's what's happened. So if you've taken that choice to be alone, it means it's time to start learning to find that self-worth, because we are brewing a tea. We're like brewing tea all the time. This is our tea water, our energy. It's what we serve to someone when they come to us. And if we aren't putting in those really beautiful herbs and rich nutrient things into our tea, what are we handing them? Are we giving them hot water? You know, what are we giving to that person? And what we give is what we are receiving. You know, so oftentimes people come at love from this place of, I want this to do these things for me. That's what we need to begin to do for ourselves. And as we do those things for ourselves, well, then we start to embody the vibration of that state of doing. And you learn what you in a state of love is. And as you move forward in that state of love, you are a vibratory being drawing to you all others that are in that same vibratory state of love. Lorelei spoke to the eyes. I think it's even behind that. It's the eyes are the window so you can see the energetic matrix going on inside that person. But we often turn away from that or have filters that distort it. So when you're alone and you're longing for a perfect partner, become that partner for yourself. Take yourself to those places. Make those meals for yourself. Watch that movie with yourself. Talk to yourself as though you are your lover. And watch how that shifts how people around you begin to engage.
I'm also curious, for you and for anybody to answer, I'll just add this on. What are some of the qualities that unique qualities of myself that I'm can bring into a relationship and be a blessing to someone else?
As you witness those qualities in yourself that you have deep gratitude for, as you witness within yourself, like just take a minute and really connect in with what are the aspects of me that I think are amazing, that I would love to have in a partnership, and find ways to enhance those aspects in your life and bring more focus into that. I'm one of those people, when I go to a restaurant, I ask the bartender or I ask the waiter, like, hey, what's your favorite thing to eat here? What's your favorite drink? Are you feeling creative? I don't know. I don't want to pigeonhole the universe into this is my order form. I would much rather have the universe vibrate with me and recognize what's in front of me. As Bashar says, humans are the masters of limitations, but they believe that there's one soulmate for you. No. He says the soul in front of you is your mate in that moment for as long as they are with you. So if we can open ourselves up out of that expectation, I think that helps a lot. I'll let someone else answer.
Great, thanks, Jessie.
And just in general, anything that's important for me to know in regards to bringing love in my life, and I can narrow it down to that question.
Who wants to jump in? Practitioners? Amber? Okay, hold on. Okay, you're pinned. Go ahead. You have to be unmuted, though.
Okay,
all right, great.
I'm unmuted now. Hey, Dee.
Yeah.
So what I'm seeing, what you want in a partner is someone that is probably a lot less fiery than you. And if you've come from a more traditional background, kind of expecting the man to be the aggressor or be in charge, you might be finding over and over again that you're very fiery and sort of expressing yourself in ways that maybe you don't necessarily or think should be happening in a relationship. So when you can start accepting that you might be a very strong, powerful, even like sort of fiery in a relationship, then you're going to probably have a better time, because I'm seeing you attracted to men that are very feminine, lots of Venus energy, but also someone that is a traveler, somebody that is even like a sort of guru figure, someone that's a teacher. And then as far as, does that make sense to you?
I'm not sure how I'm feeling I want to accept that, because I feel I want a masculine partner.
Okay. As far as timing goes, I'm seeing that this next year is very powerful for you. You're going to be having two really strong planets, both the North Node and Saturn are going to be sitting on your relationship planets and putting a lot of energy towards relationships. It's a really powerful time for you to be able to make a commitment over between now and next January 2022. So yeah, that's what I'm seeing, that if you're going to want to make a commitment, if it's something you've been thinking about doing, you're definitely getting a big green light from the universe over the next year.
So this year, 2021, is a good year to meet a
Absolutely.
good match.
Yep.
Great, exciting. All right, it looks like Lisa
Lorelai.
is ready.
I apologize for interrupting. Interpreters are switching.
Yeah, great. Thanks
you.
for interrupting. I appreciate this.
I wanted to ask something real quick with the astrologer. Do you have anything to say about the Mars square Saturn, Mars in the 8th
Sorry,
house?
sorry, Dee, we got to go on. We got a lot of practitioners that need to get in.
Go for it. Go for it.
All right,
Hi,
Lisa,
Dee,
go ahead.
It's Lisa. Mine's actually relatively short, but I've been listening and trying to feel you. And the first message that I received, I get help from. I actually work with love warriors. They call themselves love warriors because it's related so deeply to our heart energy and our heart frequency, that there was a little bit of a feeling kind of threatened by being able to believe in the beautiful story of what you want, that you started with. So as others were talking, I was trying to get more information, and really all I got was that everything that you've designed and created with your words, it's time for you to believe in it, because the belief in what you want and the belief that you have the value to receive. I think Jesse put something in the chat about being able to receive, is part of what's going to bring this to fruition. And I can speak to that in my own experience, because when we're used to something that doesn't match what we visualize, it's really difficult. Again, Jesse talked a lot about the vibration. It's difficult to get our vibration to match what we have that's sort of, I want to say resonating, but I'm seeing more like just a lot of words that are passing through our mind. It has to really come down into the body, and we have to believe in it.
That is great and really helpful. And do you have any tips onto how to bring it down, bring it in?
Do you have any kind of movement practices? Do you walk or garden or anything, paint?
I walk.
Yeah. I'm seeing that the words kind of have to just release the words a little bit. And again, a lot of what Jesse said is the way that I believe and understand how to move forward with what love is and how we bring it into our lives. So embodying it might mean you're connecting more with yourself and more with whatever you call your higher power, whether it's God, your angels, if you have spirit guides, because it is around you. That's the sense that I'm getting, that the energy is around you. So how to be sensitive? How can you discover ways to be more sensitive to your body and to the things that are going on around you? Smells. Yeah, I'm hearing you have your intuitive sense is really strong. Is that helpful?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate your message.
All right, Thorn, you're up. Go ahead.
Wow. So, hi. First of all, I just want to agree with everything that the other practitioners on our panel have said tonight. Those messages, I 100% right on. I would just like to add my little speck, something just a little short grain of sand for me, short and sweet, so I'll keep it. I think first, when we think about the heart space, that relationship that we want with other people, it's really important to have with yourself first. So we want to make sure that we have that value and that we're valuing our own heart space first. It's always got to start from the self. If we don't have the self-worth and that is a priority, then if you put yourself second, or if you put the other person first, I want to say this, there's sort of like a leakage almost of your heart energy. And then it sort of just drains out into the other person. And then all of that energy is draining from your vessel into them. If that's a pattern that you've noticed in your life, perhaps, maybe it would be good to sort of step back and sort of try to transfer that energy back into your own heart space. And you're right, like words are very important. Absolutely, yes. Words can become spells. Words have power. So another avenue that I encourage you to think about words is, I believe in myself, or I believe I can create within my own heart space the love that I want for myself. And I think having that will create an opportunity for you to envision. I'd also encourage you to do some dream visioning. And I think that that can actually become the reality, and that would become sort of a process for you.
Dream visioning.
That process.
What is dream visioning?
Sort of just envisioning through your dreams. Let me speak to that. So what I mean by that is, like your deepest desire, like your greatest desire, whatever you can envision. Like remember like when you were like a little kid, there was no sense of it must be perfect. If you're a kid, kids tend to have this wild imagination, and they're like, I want to become a magician, I want to become a dancer, or, there's no limits to the way a child's imagination works. And so it's sort of a way to dream free. However, as we reach adulthood, we sort of lose that connection to that wild and free imagination. We sort of lose that creative energy inside. We get sort of, habituated to, 9 to 5 every day. And so I'm sort of encouraging you to kind of throw that out the window, the sort of monotony of the routine and all of that. And I want you to start having allow the imagination to take over and think of that outside of yourself. So, again, in the everyday world, it's like, oh, you must go to work from 9 to 5 and do this and get a job. And I think what I would want for you to do is allow yourself to become more authentic. And the reason I say that is the everyday world is very limiting. The intuitive world is sort of represents like a closed box, and it's like, that's what life is supposed to be, quote unquote, right? Like get a job, go to work, blah, 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 blah. And that of course is not the point of life. So instead, I would want your heart space to allow yourself to dream big. I want you to root down into yourself. I want you to specifically think about what you want. And dreams can become reality. And I do mean dreams, or we could also use the word visions and really explore that. And maybe also I would encourage you to keep a dream journal to record these dreams or visions. Maybe try some meditation, yoga, dance, both the mind and energy frequencies and the physical frequencies are all interconnected. And they all move through creating something that can manifest that will happen. So if you're putting the vibrations out and something's a little bit off on one, whether that's the heart, the mind, the physical, then that means that something else is not yet explored, or it's not ready and it needs to be sort of tinkered with so that you can get those things matched up together. And that will help manifest what you want.
Yes, I really appreciate you going into specifics and giving me practical suggestions. I find that especially helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and then I just had one last thing I wanted to put out there. So I think we're all sort of told, or we are sort of trained to think that we can think about we want these specific things. Like there's a way that things are supposed to happen, quote unquote, right? But often that's not true. That's not the case. Really, our intuition, our spirit, our feelings, our soul knows what it wants. And it really all goes back to that. So I think that when we connect with that heart space, when we bring that authenticity, I think when we start to try to clear any of those negative energies, that's when the light bulbs start going off. And again, then we can look at that sort of, the mundane black box of life and get back into that wild, courageous dreaming. And I don't think it's going to come at the time that you expect. I think that it will happen, yes. And again, as you start that process, I think it will happen on its own time, but it will happen. I understand, obviously, yes, we're human. So it's like, this must happen, A to B to C. Like we tend to be very linear thinkers. I know that. I understand that's how we are as humans. But at the same time, I think it's important to allow that aura, that natural holistic process to happen, And for me, that's really where the magic is. That's the best way to go about it. So I hope I was able to help a little bit. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thorn.
Absolutely. You're very welcome.
Great. And Galactic Ashley is next.
Okay. Oh, you lowered my hand. Awesome. So there was two things that popped up when you were speaking. One, there was a response when I think, hold on, I don't want to just call you the astrologer, Amber. Sorry. Our beautiful, amazing astrologer Amber said that there was a Venus type energy that was in the chart, and you had a response about how you wanted a masculine type of energy, and that's wonderful. But the very first thing that I had heard was what grows together goes together, and you can use that in food and gardening too. But with yourself, what that kind of response basically elicited this whole masculine and feminine within yourself. So playing with those energies within you, because there's might be a part of you that's denying the divine feminine within you, when that part of you wants to come up, and it's seeking to find balance and relationship within those two energies within yourself. Sometimes they might be fluctuating, right, depending on the circumstances that are occurring, quote unquote, outside of ourselves, but just navigating those energies within you and sort of allowing them to communicate with one another can be very helpful. And then the other thing that I heard you say was that you didn't have an example of what a relationship was growing up. The dragons talk a lot about this, and they refer to it as the set point. So when we're young, there is a set point where we learn about what something is, whether it's healthy or not healthy. That is where we develop relationship. But it's not only relationship with others, it's relationship with ourselves, with our clothes, our relationship to food, our relationship with every single thing in the world around us. So working with that and asking yourself what relationship means to you and working through that, you can even do something like, what is your relationship with your body? What is your relationship with money? How money and finding a partner are frequently really good energies to work with because they're very interrelated in a lot of ways. And then as well as the relationship between masculine and feminine. And then working on, like, if you are doing a small project, even if it's to go grocery shopping, that's kind of a project, right? There's more than one step. You can work with attracting relationships or help when you're going into the grocery store, so that you can actually watch and observe yourself and how you interact with others. So if like there's more than just romantic relationships, like we have partnerships. So even in a business, when you know what you're like, I'm not a linear person. Surprise. So in my business, it's super helpful if I can attract or draw in people that can help me with spreadsheets. So that way I can spend my time doing what I'm here to do. But it doesn't mean that I ignore that. It means I can draw in compatible partnerships. So practicing with how you can draw in compatible partnerships in smaller things in your life will help you so much in drawing in and understanding what and how you serve, so that when you draw in a partner, you can serve together if that's what you want. And so this goes back to what Jesse was saying. It's really important to just allow yourself to identify what you want and how you want that to work, because I feel like those that are on a spiritual path right now have a benefit to creating really high vibrational relationships in terms of sacred sexuality. And when you come together with those types of vibrations, you heal traumas, not only within yourself and how you view the man or the woman, those energies, and then you consciously heal what is so wounded in our collective culture and our collective consciousness. So when two conscious beings come together to express and to share this giving and receiving love vibration, it is so beneficial for the collective consciousness, and it's so healing to the earth and to everything.
In the sacred sexuality, you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wonderful.
All right,
Yes.
great. Thanks so much, Galactic Ashley. All right, and I'll just so briefly say I agree with what everyone has shared. And you know, my philosophy, my approach is that being with someone similar is a good thing. And you have a lot of feminine energy. And so the attraction to a man, I get that. But looking for someone that's so different than you, for me, it can be a setup for lots of challenges and problems. So if you want to be with someone really different, there's a lot of self-growth that's important to do. So you actually balance yourself, and then you'll really like go looking for someone that's more balanced also. All right, well, thank you so much, Dee, for your question and getting us started.
Thank you.
All righty, let's see. So we've got lots more questions, everyone. So let's leap. All right, so Dale is next.
Thanks,
Dale
Laura.
ready?
I'm ready. Thanks,
Okay,
Laura.
I got to go find you and put you on screen. All right, you're up here. Go ahead.
Okay, super. Thanks, Lorelei, and thanks, practitioners. So I don't know what my particular question is. It's, of course, I'm wanting love in my life, a love partnership, and I've been single now for 7 years, and I've done a lot of personal work, and I feel like I do love myself, and I've been giving myself. There was a lot of learning that needed to go over the years, and now I feel like I'm ready for love, and I just would like to get some impressions about that from the practitioners. And I wouldn't mind having the same lineup of Amber, Lisa, and Thorn and Galactic Ashley, if that's possible.
The same order. I was possibly going to have Thorn share first if Thorn's ready. Is that all right if we go in a different order?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Can I just have one really quick question?
Yeah.
Dale, if you want to share, if you're attracted to men or women, because that helps me with my astrology. And also if you have around what date your breakup happened, or the when you became
single. Okay.
Yeah.
So yes, men, and It was November 3rd, 2014, I believe.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll mute.
Lauren, are you okay to go first? Dana's right here. I don't know if Thorne's there at their video camera. Oh.
I'd love for
May I go second, if that's okay?
What's
Would
that?
May that be okay if I go second, Lorelai?
That's okay, but okay, I just the order of everything. Okay, great. And then, yeah, so do you want to Galactic Ashley first? By the way, practitioners, all of you, we just have to be really brief because we're stacked up just a little bit.
Okay,
So
and I'd love
Galactic
for
Ashley.
Amber to go first if that's possible.
Amber, okay, if Amber's ready. She might need more time.
She need more time.
She needs more time to get ready. So Galactic
Okay.
Ashley, or who did you want to?
Yeah, I would love Galactic
All
Ashley.
right, Galactic Ashley, you are on the front.
I could listen to Galactic Ashley all day and night.
You're still muted.
Oh, I don't know if I'm ready because I heard my name last. Hold on, give me a second. Well, I'll just go with the first thing that came into my mind, and it feels like this might be a belief system that a lot of people hold. I've connected with you before, and so I do understand that you have been doing a lot of work and that you feel ready. And so it's like the question is, okay, so now what? Because of all of this isolation, and like, how do you? It's become exponentially like trickier, right? Because maybe you could sit and like meditate in the center of your home, and maybe somebody happens to be moonlighting as an Amazon delivery person and they come to your door, but it's like, what do you do now? And then now everybody has a mask on, and I still get, like, I think Lorelai and options like that are hugely beneficial at this time to find somebody that's high vibrational to help you to meet someone. So when you feel ready, you know that you're ready, and you have other transitions that are happening in your life and you know what they are, and you're very aware, and it feels like you have a lot of specific, like, it feels specific, like you're like, I've been doing this, I'm ready. There's been some exploration and things, and so I would try and let go of these beliefs, which I feel like they're also in the collective, that it's impossible to meet someone, and let that go, and maybe put energy, even if you worked with Lorelai, for example, on finding someone, sometimes just taking a little bit of inspirited action opens up all kinds of things, and then all of a sudden maybe a coffee shop opens and then you run into someone. I mean, it just gets trickier.
Actually, tonight at 8 o'clock, I'm on a fun singles speed
Yay!
dating call.
Well, that's perfect. And so I think there's more of these things. And so really what feels like it's been happening is that we're shifting into a time where relationships aren't necessarily get married and have children and settle down and that's it. Although a lot of people experience that, but sometimes it's like it feels like we funnel so much pressure onto one person to be our everything, our partner, our spouse, our lover, our best friend, our this and our that. And it's like, how does one being in human form like embody all of that? So sometimes it's wonderful to have a best friend, regardless of gender or identity, that it's just simply your best friend that you love. And so experiencing different forms of relationships, and then if you want to be monogamous with a sexual partner, that is completely acceptable and fine too, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to get married. And so releasing all of these, I think Thorne mentioned this earlier, releasing these limiting beliefs that we have about how things are supposed to be, especially as we're moving quote unquote forward, because there's a part of me that thinks at some point there's gonna be everyone's just gonna be androgynous at a point, and we're all going to have a darker skin, and that's where, like, because things are just, this is happening, this is all I can
Yeah.
so allowing ourselves to really honor what we need and want, and you're really great at asking for what you need, and I feel like you're ready, and something's gonna happen. maybe a few somethings, right? But it'll be good. There is a benefit to, I think, dipping your toes in the water. It's almost feels safer because you can interact with people and really feel them out without necessarily having to be in their physical space or worrying about other time. So you can like you can speak more with people. It's like
Yeah.
almost like you can't really be a slut or something if you're going on a lot of dates, but they're all online, because you're just communicating and sharing consciousness fields, and like it's totally allowed. And then you can decide at some point if you want to meet, right? Because again, those are all thoughts that we have. Like you can't, I don't know, but I feel good things in the end. I feel good things.
Oh, you feel good things coming my way?
Yeah, because you're so conscious and aware and you've been working on this and you're taking these inspirited action steps. So it doesn't mean that when you have your online fun whatever it is, speed round dating thing, that something's going to happen from that, but those are the types of actions that open the universe to just pour in what you need. So it might show up with your moonlighting Amazon person, or who knows how it's going to show up, but those are the types of actions that when we take
Yeah.
them physical, it
hmm
really starts to co-create what we've been desiring.
Got it. Got it. I love it. Thank you so much. That was awesome.
Great. Thanks so much, Galactic Ashley. All right. So probably everyone, so practitioners, let's focus on either we all get shorter or probably fewer of us answer. Amber, you're all set?
Yeah.
Hi,
All right.
Amber.
Hi, Dale. So I'm seeing for the breakup energy that it was very like Venus directed, that I'm guessing that you were the one that broke things off.
No.
Okay, well, this was a time when actually there's a lot of Venus energy that was being hit by your, like, the planets were hitting a lot of your Venus energy
Okay.
when the breakup happened.
No, my husband left me for another woman. It was, yeah, it was quite
Oh,
traumatic actually. And there was no intention on my part for that.
okay. So there was a
Or maybe
lot.
it was subconsciously. I don't know, but yeah, it's not something I intentionally asked for.
Okay.
Lorelai, I'm sorry, real quick. The interpreters are going to switch real quick.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you for letting me know. All right, go ahead, everyone.
So what I see coming up for you is that actually leading up into the end of August, there are plenty of chances for you to get into a relationship. But if you want to wait where there's a really good balance of both Venus and Mars and other energies in your chart, that would be the end of August through like end of October of this year.
Okay.
That's when I really see things heating up for you a whole lot.
Super.
And then if you end up waiting longer, that's totally fine too, because then there's some really great stuff coming up for you in the summer of 2022.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, great. Thanks, Amber. All right, who else wants to share with Dale? I gotta go find you all. Dale, is there anyone else in particular you wanted to hear from?
I was so hoping to hear from Thorn.
Oh yeah, Thorn. Let's get. I know. See, this is the timing with Thorn. That was the.
Yeah.
What should we do, everyone?
Thorn, are you available?
Perfect. Yes, and I will be brief.
Hold on. Wait, I don't have Thorn yet. Hold on. I can't find Thorn. And where did Thorn go? Let me just put everyone in gallery here for a second. Oh, there's Thorn. Okay, go ahead.
Absolutely. Great. Thank you. So again, short and sweet is the motto here. First, be your own best friend. Become your own best friend is my first tip. I feel like you're not giving yourself the space to grow more with that knowledge. Understand, prior to this, yes, I can tell you've done a phenomenal job. You've done kick-ass job working on yourself. You've really enriched yourself. I can tell that, you've created a lot of opportunities and roadmaps. I can also see that you've had a lot of trauma and grief. Still now, I think I want you to be able to learn from that grief. And how can we heal more as we develop? And I think you're on that road, and that's wonderful, great. Now we're at the launch pad, right? So we've done the work, we're ready to introduce and meet another person in our life. And that is awesome. I think you are definitely there. Obviously, 2020 with COVID has shifted the landscape of what dating looks like. And again, that resonates 100% with me. I completely understand. So how do you navigate through this world of dating? How do you meet people with different ways now? So it might be a good possible option for you, just sort of thinking about these waters, is to not focus on manifesting a person right now. I like what Galactic Ashley said. I like be open to the possibilities. It could be the Amazon delivery guy. It could be, on the speed dating site, it could be somebody. But the point there was that energy that you're putting out, those vibrations, that will sort of create sort of a layered effect. And then that will enhance your curiosity. And then that energy will go out into the universe and then come back into you. So that curiosity goes out and then comes back. And understand too that it's okay to be specific with what kind of energy you want to receive, what kind of person you wish to connect with. Absolutely. It's good to be a little specific, 100%. However, but I think it's also important that we don't become hyperfixated. They must be this tall. They must have this eye color. They must do this. So we don't want to go too far in that direction when we're hyperfixating. I think it's important too, going in the other direction, that we're not too vague. I want this person to, let's try to find reasonable expectations, because again, if we go too specific, it doesn't work. And then if we go really broad, are they upright, then that doesn't work. So finding that balance with reasonable expectations. And then my last thing is also have fun. Allow yourself to play. Be creative. What could I do to navigate this space that would be fun for me? If you're trying something and it's not working, don't think of it as failure. Don't use the word failure. I want you to start utilizing words like, oh, what did I learn from that? Oh, how could I apply that moving forward? I'm ready for the next step. I'm ready for the next experience. So I want you to have fun and play and take the word failure off the table.
Okay.
And I have one more thing. This is my last one, but it's short. I think it would be fun to play with Venus energy.
Okay.
What does that look like for you?
Yeah.
What does that feel like for you?
I don't know.
What do you envision? If you'd like to know more, I would be more than happy to do one-on-one with you and chat more about that. Only if you want, of course, absolutely no pressure. It was a little thought that just sort of came to me. It was a little bird that popped on my shoulder that said, Venus energy, learn more about that. So I think that'll be part of the process that will guide you to where you want to go.
Thank you. Thank you, Thorn.
Thank you. I hope I was able to help a bit. Thank you so much.
Very much so. Thank you. It was beautiful.
Great, thank you. And Dale, I'll say, I don't know if this is the Venus energy, but I think of your talents are very feminine and the defense style in your eyes is very masculine. And so it's healing more of that. So that's part of what I imagine of the Venus energy.
I've got to take that offline with you, Lorelai. I really want to understand that better about me. So I'll schedule with you because I feel that and I want to understand that better.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Happy to do that with you.
Yeah. I'll
All
be in
right,
touch.
Great. So if anyone has anything super quick to share with Dale.
Is Lisa just a quick thing from Lisa?
Love Warrior.
Yeah, Dale.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi. I just wanted to, Thorn actually touched on a lot of what I was picking up. I picked up a little bit of grief still happening for you. And I saw you in your home with just a little bit of like disappointment or frustration that it's not happening fast enough. So everything else that was wrapped up in his reading is exactly what I would reiterate. So I'm just going to leave it with that, and to believe in the process, trust the process, and believe in what you want, and play and explore and be with yourself, and all those things. So
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much, Dale, for your question. I know you've
Thanks.
been just such a supporter of all that we do here.
Thanks, Lorelei.
You're welcome. All right, let's see. So we are on to Mary is next. Let me go find Mary. This is so not simple to find I love that we're so busy and full. Mary, if you want to unmute. Oh, there you are. I found you. Okay, great.
Here I am.
All right, you're pinned. Go ahead.
Awesome. How you guys doing? So I don't really have a question. I'm just curious. I put in my date of birth and time and my quote unquote roommate, and just trying to figure out what's going to happen with that.
So your roommate and what's going to happen with that? That's what you shared?
Yeah, with that relationship.
Okay, and this is primarily roommate, or this is also a romantic relationship, and that's part of the question?
Possibly romantic.
Mm-hmm.
It was an old love.
And I know you gave us your information earlier. So Amber, like if you're ready, if you want to jump in. I don't know if you're ready. You're muted, so I can't tell.
I didn't receive birth information from Mary.
Okay, let's see. So are you on the document that I'm typing in? I've sent it to you in the chat a couple times. Are you there? All the information's there. Yeah, so you know where to go get it now. So anyone else want to jump in and share with Mary briefly while we're see who's got something? Practitioners.
Maybe they haven't gotten the energy yet.
All right.
I can say something.
Okay, okay, Jesse. Okay, hold on. Okay, great. Go ahead.
So I when I just tuned in to your question about your roommate and it becoming a romantic relationship, I really don't feel a lot of energy there. And what comes to my mind is our souls are seeking expansion and growth. And so when we go backwards in a romantic relationship, it's usually because we have to address something that's back there that needs to be corrected, shifted, and changed so we can move forward again. So my strongest recommendation would be to look at what did you start to believe to be true about yourself because of this relationship with that person in the past? How did you start to act or behave? And I decided to pull 3 cards just to kind of quickly look. And I got the High Priestess, the Queen of Pentacles, and the 6 of Wands. So it's really telling me, use your intuition as your guidance. Start really embodying that part of yourself that knows her own priestess power and awareness and strength, and speaks that knowledge, that knowing that she holds. Celebrate your victories of passion. Celebrate the things that feel really good to you and follow those. And remember that in that physical, real world, that Queen of Pentacle energy is, she is the mistress of her realm, and she provides for all around her. So sometimes men are looking for that. They're looking for this woman who will guide them, make them feel like they are victorious and celebrated, and they feel secure and safe. And that feels like a role you've gotten really comfortable in playing and don't want to be anymore. So my advice would be to start asking yourself, if I had a magic wand and I could do things differently, what would I do right now? Where would I go? Who would I talk to? What would I really want to do? And I think that will help.
Okay, thank you.
And then Mary, unfortunately, I can't do the astrology without a date of a time of birth. Morning can be a big range.
Right. I think I want to say my mom used to say around 6 o'clock because I know I was born, like whenever I would wake up, she would be like, "Oh, happy birthday. You were already born. You're already here."
That's really cute. Okay, I'm going to look that up. So I'll.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks. So, practitioners, anything else you want to share with Mary? I know, Mary, I'm thinking back to.
Yeah, that I had sent you my pictures at one point in time.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking back to what we shared before, and I know I just recall, right? It's a better connection than previous. But
What's that?
I just seem to remember that the connection with him was a better connection than some maybe previous partners. Did you show me some previous partners?
I didn't show you any previous partners,
Okay.
just him. It was him and then my mom and my dad.
Okay, yeah. So I think it's somewhat like you and somewhat different than you is what I'm remembering. So that's
right.
Like
yeah, and you said he was more like my dad.
Yeah. Right. So sometimes that can be challenging, but it wasn't completely like your dad. I seem to remember that he was a little bit kind of in between and more like you too. So
right.
Yeah. So the best thing is for me is to look at previous partners also and get a sense of the trajectory and how much he's exactly the same as previous partners and how much he's different.
Gotcha.
But also
okay.
I remember, and he'd grown a lot. I remember now, right? So from, long ago, and he's grown a lot too.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. And I appreciate the not attached energy that you have. You're really just in an exploration, and that seems really good.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm trying to figure everything out. So, it just is what it is.
Yeah, it's great. All right. Amber, what's your sense of how much more time you're going to need? We can always,
You can come back to me. That's
we'll come back. So let's just go ahead and come back.
Yeah,
and
that's
then,
fine.
Mary did not hear or Lisa did not hear the question. Okay, Lisa. So Mary wants to know about her roommate. So will it become a romantic relationship? And if there's anything that's right here for you right now, go ahead and jump in. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So I think we spoke the last time I was on a panel.
Yes, we did. Yes.
And I may have mentioned morphing your mind's eye. It's kind of a new concept that I've been talking to people about. And that's what I'm hearing is to believe in your freedom from the traumas that you've experienced. So I didn't particularly get anything specific to the roommate, but for you individually and by yourself, to believe in your freedom from it, because the energy of trauma is like encapsulated within us. And the heart frequency can actually dispel it if we can be with the heart long enough and grow the heart energy. And as I'm feeling it myself, that heart energy will come up through the throat and then start to fill like your headspace, and it can help clear certain thoughts. But also, to me, that feels a little bit like there's going to be some grieving with that. And to believe in more love. So when I'm told to believe in more love, that means that I can believe in more love in any circumstance. Okay. So if you need me to give you an example for that, I can, but I know we're short on time, so.
No, that's good. That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. All right, Amber's muted.
Okay. Hi, Mary.
Hi.
And so he just moved in recently?
Yes.
Okay. So it's actually interesting because I don't know if you know, but both Saturn and Jupiter have been very close to one another recently. There's lots of energy sitting on your seventh house, which is essentially Venus. It's like our partnerships. And so it gives us that desire to start a relationship. So Rahu right now is looking at your relationship energy. And Rahu is very interesting because essentially it's like it can blast open a planet. It can create it's kind of like this obsessed, like put on the blinders and you just, you're gonna go for what you want. And so to me that tells me that there is like something that is undeniable if it does come up.
Okay.
Because it's like been on a course, and especially since you're saying this person is returning to you when Rahu is strong. So I do feel like there is a possibility that something could happen here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great, great. Thank you so much. All right. So let's see. So Corey is here. Some of you heard me call off Corey earlier. So Corey, you are up.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Mary. Let me go find where you are, Corey. Hold on, I got to bring you to the front.
Oh.
Does you're on
Can you hear
iPhone,
me?
right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me go find where you are.
It's
There we
funny.
go.
It doesn't let me. I don't know how to change my name to something else.
Oh, and I can't pin you probably because your video's off. Do you want to turn your video on? You don't have to.
Well, it's showing my video is on.
Okay, then let me find.
I could turn it off and turn it back on again. Can you hear me talking at least?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Let me go see if I can find where you're. Yeah, it looks like your video's not on.
Oh.
Ask
I
to start
can
video.
see
There
me.
you go. Great. All right.
Okay. Can you see me?
Nope.
Can you hear me?
If you're the right iPhone, I'm not certain you're the right iPhone. Maybe there's two iPhones in here.
I think there might
maybe.
be
Other
two.
people can see her.
Yeah.
Okay, let me.
Okay. Thank you, Daniel.
Okay, hold on. I can't pin you from the participants thingy, so I got to go find where you are the other way.
No worries. I'm patient.
Oh, this is goofy. All right, let me go to gallery.
That's what I thought too. I thought if I was talking, it would like highlight me, my voice in the box, and I'd pop up in your view or something.
It should.
I'm seeing you pop up.
Could you wave your hands? Oh, there you are. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, you're here now. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes. Well, I've been getting the message that it's gonna be time for me to like put myself out there. And I'm like, okay, what does that mean? Where? How put myself out? Do I need to like actively join like dating stuff? I don't really want to do online dating things. I want to meet people in person and do stuff, but I kind of I would just appreciate some guidance on that. So I can clarify that if anybody needs.
No, that's great. Thank you. All right. Maybe I'll jump in really fast while people are getting ready. So in your eyes, I see you have the talent that's called Sage. It's about community, communication, playfulness, and fun. And so, of course, you want to be able to like bounce and dance with people in person. So yeah, so that's why online like might not feel fulfilling that way. But I want to encourage you, if you go looking online, and even if you do meet with people in person, as it feels safe to you, you want to look for other people that love to play and have fun and have a good time and love to laugh. And so those are the people that are like you. I don't know if you heard you weren't on the very beginning, but I believe that soulmates are people that have similar souls. And so looking for similar traits and eyes. Yeah. So people that really enjoy just the zest of life And there are really great ways to meet with people online. There are things called authentic relating games, for example. So it's playful and growthful. And so there are other people that really love community and so need community during this time. So those are examples of non-online dating site ways of doing it. And I do it with online dating too. So, all right, Galactic Ashley has got something to share too. So go ahead, Galactic Ashley.
Briefly, one of the images that flashed was the gecko. So the gecko is one of the only speaking, I don't want to call lizards. We'll just say that. I mean,
I know it.
most,
Yeah, I know gecko. I
I just
totally
didn't
get.
yeah, I didn't want to say reptilian because
Oh,
it has fit with other things, but so the power of your voice. So if you focus on events or situations where you are coming out by through your voice and by using your voice, and then that will bring up other ways for you to heal and for you to bring in, especially the divine feminine voice. So I still feel like there will be more healing that's around this, but to sort of similar to what Lorelai just said, but to join events and to try and be social through the voice and through communication. And so even though we're in a Mercury retrograde right now, I feel like what the Mercury retrograde does is really heightens communications for us, even though things tend to crash and don't really function. Sometimes that's asking for us to slow down, but this would actually be a good time to tune into your own communication skills and abilities. And that also means listening, but it doesn't mean you can't be social, but find like I want to say rooms for you to put your voice into, or communities for you to put your voice into would be really beneficial at this time, because there's something wrapped around that. So I forget the phrase that you used. You said you wanted to go out there or to get
oh,
out there.
putting myself out there.
Right. So putting
Yeah.
yourself out there through your voice, and it's going to bring up more than just relationships. I feel like there's a whole bunch of energy with that that's going to be healing. So you might find friendships too, and there also might be other types of romantic relationships that evolve. But if you focus on the voice, the throat, the ears, and the communication, things will open.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Galactic Ashley. Let's see, I think Thorn was in line next. Thorn, do you want to go now or do you want to wait a little bit? Lisa's in line too. Looks like Thorn's getting ready. So let me go find Dana also. Okay, let's get Dana to the front. All right, go ahead.
Okay. Perfect. All right. I think your question is a really important question. I think many people right now are experiencing that right now with going on with COVID. Like, how am I, again, navigating this incredibly difficult new world? How am I putting myself out there in a pandemic?
Yeah.
And I just want to agree with the other practitioner said regarding Mercury retrograde. I think maybe Mercury retrograde might be a way for you to maybe take this opportunity to slow down, as the other practitioner said, develop your communication skills, work on your self-growth, become more comfortable with the throat, the voice expression, more connectivity with how do I want to express myself? How do I want to be seen? Wanting to be seen is important. The other thing that came to my mind was maybe there's not a physical opportunity to make people because, again, of course, pandemic. Instead of that physicality, maybe look for hidden opportunities. What are the hidden possibilities in the space right now that could open up for you? So that would allow you then to connect with people. I think we do have to be creative. I think there's a ton of creative possibilities that are out there. Again, maybe join a book club. Those are available online.
I'm in one.
Soon.
Yeah.
Ah, there you go. Okay, great. I'm thinking
Yeah.
an art class, a drawing class.
Mm.
You know, you could actually do an art show maybe with friends, and that way you could have like a virtual
Hmm.
meetup and show off like your paintings and your drawings and stuff. Or I don't know, I want you to focus on fun. Maybe 2 or 3 friends getting all together, having some drinks, make some snacks, having some chats. And I think maybe that could lead to other things opening up. Someone knows someone who knows someone who knows a friend. I think those are all strong possibilities. So
Okay.
I think really allow yourself to play with what's possible instead of envisioning how the society expects us to connect with people. I think we have to kind of
Yeah.
disregard that now. I think that system's not working. That's becoming an outdated system because of the
Yeah.
pandemic. And so, you know, it doesn't really jive well with what the modern world looks like. You know, all of that is sort
Yeah.
of crumbling down. And so now we need to find these new creative ways for how we can navigate these spaces and have connections. And, you know, you already know what you want, you know what you want to do. So I think that those two things will manifest and create new avenues for those opportunities, and that you can sort of navigate through that and serve through that. So, you know, also I would say, you know, continue the process of your self-discovery, continue learning more about yourself. I mean, every day are great opportunities, challenge yourself, you know, maintain that sense of curiosity. I wonder about, I'm always curious about really play into that concept of curiosity, see where that leads you. You know, I mean, it's incredible. You'll be like, oh, I learned something new about myself. And then before you know it, you sort of almost have this like treasure chest of riches that you aren't aware of. And then again, that can lead to other things. And for me, that's one of the really fun parts. So, you know, I know it's a little bit scary, but
Sorry,
you
I'm
know,
sorry, I'm interrupting. Just if you could let Thorn know, please, we just need to be quick.
sure, absolutely. Yes, I will. That's it. That was all I wanted to say. Yeah, is this
Thank
just
you.
really, it's worth it to do that. Even if it seems a little scary, it's totally worth it. So yay.
Get creative.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so we've got Lisa and then Jesse. So Lisa, go ahead.
Hi there. I don't have a whole lot for you. But I've been feeling you and tuning into your jovial self. But I did feel a little bit of sadness. So if there's any sadness that's still kind of lingering in there, to maybe look towards that and figure out what that might be about. As right as Ashley was talking about the throat, I was also getting that for you in terms of voicing something. I'm very connected to the heart throat release, like how do we express our heart in the world? But I also wanted to ask you what you do. What do you do? Can you tell me?
Oh, what
us?
I do as a job?
Yeah, like what do you do
I'm
regularly?
a mental health therapist.
Ah,
Yeah, so I use my voice all the time.
okay.
And
Yeah.
I'm always
So
talking or listening, and you could probably hear my parakeets singing in the background.
I can. And I think that the voice for you is going to be about your voice for you, voicing what you need to talk about, what you need to bring up from underneath, what needs to come up
Okay.
for you. And I think I'll just stop there because we're running out of time.
Thank
I want to kiss everybody tonight, it seems.
All right, great. Let me get Jesse in here. Okay, Jesse, go ahead.
Hi. So here's what I really want to share, not just for you, but this is for everybody. If we're somebody who is ready to receive love from someone, and we want to call that in, and we really do feel like we've gone to the limit of our personal work as a solo artist, and we're ready for that reflective play with another mirror. One of the things that I've been working with a lot of people on is receiving love. We tend to struggle with receiving love. And so men need to be needed. Men need to feel like they have a role, like they have a part to play, like they're doers. That's the divine masculine energy. And oftentimes as women in this culture, we are super women. I don't need you to do anything for me. I don't I don't need you
I
to
have
pay.
a list of stuff they could do.
So one of the things that I find is that when we're ready to start to open our heart to somebody else, we have to practice receiving. And one of the ways I start with my clients on that is to visualize, if they can't just feel love in their heart on their own, just to like be able to feel that heart vibration. Imagine and remember times you did. Remember a person that you really felt a huge amount of love for. And until you get that vibration in the heart to really expand up and maybe even run through old storylines and memories of love. Get that vibration expanded. And then imagine that you're radiating that love out toward that person, but this is for me. I'm going to loop it back around. I'm going to bring it back into my heart. In the back of our heart is where we receive love. So if you're somebody who's got a lot of pain between the shoulder blades at the back of the heart, then you may have some blockages there. So focusing in with your energy, with your consciousness into that space and expanding it. What am I afraid of about receiving this love? And to continue that expansion and sending that love out and bringing it back in through the heart, looping it around till you create a toroidal field of love around yourself, like your heart is the whole of the donut, and infinite love is cycling through you. When you get into that state, you become a magnetic force, attracting self-love, self-worth, self-value. And then you can have a partner that is now drawn to that. You are a vibrational being. Remember, at your core, this is how we do it. And in your Akashic or in your, in your contract status, I am ready to receive infinite love.
Then Amber, I just got Corey's info, so I just put it in the chat. So we probably have to come back, but if you can, is that all right, Corey? We'll probably just bounce around. So please remind me.
It's at 9:14. It was 13 was a typo.
Yeah, I fixed it. We got it.
Thank you.
You're
I'll
welcome.
mute myself.
All right, great. So thanks so much for your question. And I know you came in earlier, so weeks ago. So I'm so glad we got you. Sweet. All right, let's see. So I think we've got Kimberly H next. All right. Kimberly is coming on. All right, great.
Hi.
All right. What is your question?
Interpreters are switching really quick.
Oh, all right. Let's go find you. Oh, there you are. All right, go ahead. What is your question?
Well, I'm new to the intuitive world. I'm so excited to be here. I feel like you six have important things to share with me that I haven't been open to hearing much previously. I'm hoping to meet a soulmate. I'm 66 years old. I've had good relationships. I haven't met a soulmate, and maybe I'm not supposed to. I'm hoping there's one there for me. And if there is, do I put myself out there and seek a relationship? I've always been the girl next door, and the boys have always gotten to be my friend first, and things have come to me. Or do I wait it out? I mean, I don't need an answer during COVID. I'm patient, but I guess I've always wondered if I haven't gone right past my person and missed out on the opportunity.
Okay, great. So you're wondering if there's still an opportunity there and a bit of like how to go about it. And
Yes.
yeah. Okay, great. So we've got Lisa and Jesse in line. So let's get Lisa up here first. And
Hi
go
there,
ahead,
Kim.
Lisa.
I just want to say that that I feel that you're like this happy little thing, and that you have a lot of friends. And right as I was tuning into that and writing it on my paper, you said that you've always been the girl next door with. Did you say that there were boys or guys hanging around
Just
something
in
like
my
that?
relationships, I don't know how to flirt.
Okay.
Relationships kind of come to me. Maybe I should try flirting. I don't know. I imagine I wouldn't be too good at it.
Well, I think about the message that I'm getting, and this is very brief, and you can feel into it, and it may or may not work for you, but that it's possibly somebody in your group of friends that you have already. And that, you know, in hearing you speak the words that you just did, I would say that that's a great start. And not knowing how to flirt, I think, maybe it's not necessary. I mean, I look at you
Good.
and I just
I'm
want to like
glad about
sit next to you and start a conversation. So
I completely agree.
Yeah.
Flirting
It
is
would
not.
me if I know this person already. It would really surprise me.
By the way, where do you live?
In Issaquah.
Oh, okay, great, great.
I might suggest just starting to pay attention, and I think Thorne said for somebody else to be really curious and be like paying attention.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Lisa. Let's get Jesse up here. All right, Jesse, go ahead.
Hi. I want
Hi.
to say that I loved your question because I don't think that it's spoken to often enough. We are the divine feminine. We are the vessel. We don't go chasing the water. The masculine is the water.
Okay.
Our job is to be a good vessel, to be a clear, defined, this is who and what I am. Men find that very attractive, very sexy, and incredibly intimidating. So they don't necessarily feel like they know who they are until they fit into a woman. And we have to create that ability for them to be able to pour into our essences. So for me, I'm just like you. I don't go chasing men around. They show up for me. You know, they show up at my door. And in fact, what I say is, if it's for me, they'll show up at my front door. And so far, that has been true. So I believe that as long as I hold who and what I am, and I am transparent and straightforward about it, then the people who are looking for that, men or I date both. So the people who are looking for that are going to be like, whoa, there it is. Now, as far as for you, I hear you've got about 3 years until you're going to connect in with your person. And that's just a very loose forecasting. That's not solid by any chance. This is dependent upon how you're viewing the opportunities that show up before you. So we are in a culture right now where the masculine is being heavily rewritten. There isn't really a safe way for men to show up. And in your generation, men are even more confused about what respect looks like. I mean, do I like tell her she's gorgeous? I don't know. They don't really know how to do it. So when I'm around a guy, and if I get that little tingle in my kundalini, I get that little tingle warmth in my, nether region, or my heart feels like it expands a little bit, or my soul wants to be seen a little bit more. Well, I just give him some language and I open up the field of play and I create a space that's playful and creative. And also, I believe it was Thorne who spoke earlier to creativity. We are creator beings. We are star consciousnesses embodied in these vessels, playing in Earth 2.0, the most brilliant game of creation. We are here to be creators. That doesn't mean we're here to just create babies. We're here to create things. So get your creator divine feminine on, and you will, again, be drawing people who are ready to embrace a divine feminine creator being embodied.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. All right, practitioners. Anyone else want to share with Kim? Oh, Amber. All right, let's get you up here.
Hi, Kim.
Hi.
Now, you messaged me earlier today, right?
I did, yes.
Great, thank you. I just want to make sure that I had your proper information. And I'm finding it really interesting that you're saying that you're the girl next door, because I see that with your astrology very strongly. You have a lot of your relationship energy in your third house, and that's across from the ninth house. The ninth house is where we go out and we travel the world. The third house is we're close to home. So not only that, but your Venus is extremely powerful because it's in the home of Venus, it's in Libra. So you are like that goddess figure. I'm not surprised that you just sort of hang out and men come to you. But the problem
That's not my experience.
but I'm also seeing that you're more powerful than the men that you attract, and that men are actually bringing problems to you.
Yes.
Yeah. So that might be a burden you have to bear in this lifetime, where you're sort of taking care of men. And
That's
whether
been my pattern.
As far as the times when I'm seeing your love life heating up, if you so choose, is the summer of 2022, especially in the August of 2022, if you so choose. So next 2022.
I hope so.
And you could always, because from what I've learned, it's more important to have, if you're a woman dating men, it's actually more important for you to find a man that has a really good chart, is having like really strong planetary energy when he meets you, especially since you've been harmed from dating men that are bringing you problems. So it's probably even more important that you find someone that's going to be really aligned when they meet you. So you're going to want to be, extra careful that you find that aligned person. If that makes sense.
Okay, I have a question. 3 of my major relationships were started off just fine, but they all end up with health issues, and I end up being a caregiver. And along with my parents, I'm exhausted from caregiving other people. I am hoping to find someone that will take care of me back. Is that in the forecast?
That's the 6th house energy that's happening. Because not only is your Mars sitting in the 6th house, which is essentially someone, it's like the hospital. It's a person that has bad health and other obstacles. Not only that, but he's on the edge. He's on what's called the cusp. And so it's even more, sort of going to be unsteady. So I'm not the kind of astrology that knows how to fix that sort of thing. Like, I think there's astrologers that would try to help you to heal that part of your chart. All I could say is that you're just going to want to be extra careful. Apart from that, that when you're bringing someone in, that they at the very least have really great planetary energy when they meet you, so that they can be at their best.
Okay.
But if that best is going to really measure up is another question.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. I'm going to say a few things briefly, and then I know Thorne's going to jump in afterwards. So one of your natural talents in your eyes is called scholar. It's about absorbing information to build knowledge and share knowledge. Scholars have a tendency to like hang back and watch. So I think part of the opportunity for you is to let yourself jump in and participate more. You have a very like together, organized, you can hold it all, handle it all kind of energy. And so as you date too, you want to like not hold it all together, like not be over responsible. Leave the space a little messy and unclear so that as you're dating, people can step in and hold more of that too. And you'll find out who really does that. Right?
Okay.
Yeah, so those are just some little pieces of how you can have that go differently. And I'm in the Seattle area, and so if you want to proactively go looking for someone that's like you, right? Lots of opportunities for that. And and so look at, and as you see men, look at men that, look at men, for men who are stronger and seem more capable. And like notice if the men that are really strong, like how do you feel when you look at them? It may be that you've been so clear and certain that in some ways, I'm just going to exaggerate, like you want to kind of control a little bit. And so you end up choosing the ones that are softer. So notice looking at someone that's more strong, how does that feel? What fears come up about that? So look and see how you might have been keeping it from happening.
Okay.
There you go. All right, let's
Well,
go
I'm
find-
willing to put in the work if I know there might be someone.
Yeah. All right, let me go find Dana. All right, Thorin. Thorin, did you want to share? You're good?
Yes. Okay, awesome.
Hi.
Hey. That really resonated with me. Wow, I completely understand both that situation and having those heart vibrations where you do deeply want to connect with someone. I think that pattern that you've been describing can change. We absolutely can change our patterns. 100%. Like, and I just really, really believe in that. I think too, when I take a longer view, I think it's interesting because some relationships generally we attract people to us, and some relationships we learn through that, having had that relationship with them. Sometimes it's really heartbreaking and sad, sometimes it's one of those lessons where you're like, oh, that was a dud. At the same time, it's still applicable. There's still an application from that we can learn and integrate within to ourselves. And so that's something we can utilize to help break our patterns to shift in a different direction. So it feels like you in this space are really fed up with just, you've done a lot of work, you've tried, really learning, and now you're looking for somebody that is your equal. And of course, and you deserve it. You deserve to have somebody that can meet you on your level, 100%. Everyone deserves to have a person that, again, is a good balance for them and will take care of you. Ideally, it's a balance, right? Where you're taking care of them, they're taking care of you. That's fair. So I think, the word energy, I think one second. You've really clearly identified what you want in another partner. I think you've really opened up the door to that energy to manifest that and that you want that to happen. So what do we do next? That's the $10 million question. I think that can be remedied on an energetic level. I think through analyzing, through discussing,
That was blurry.
Pivoting.
Can you say that last part again?
I was saying that can be remedied. I think we want to do a little bit more deep diving about how to remedy on an energetic way to shift with that. And again, I would be more than happy to work with you if you want, no pressure, one-on-one. But I do think on an energetic level, we can sort of remedy some of these past patterns. So I did just want to throw that out there if that would be helpful. One other thing, I want you to remember that if you think it, it can manifest. If you think it, then you can express it and then it will manifest. It will not be immediate, but I think with time, absolutely, it will happen. So, I think we do have to trust that as part of the process, and you are worthy and absolutely deserving of love. And until that partner manifests, continue growing those relationships with friends in the community, with your family members. The more you share that, I think the more those vibrations go out into the world, and that can really expedite that process. So, and again, you never know if it's somebody right under your nose. I'm just saying. So, okay, I'll stop for now, but I hope I was able to help a little bit.
Yes, thank you.
Great.
Wonderful.
Thanks so much, Thorin.
Thank you.
All right, let's see. Anyone else have anything brief to share with Kim? All right, great. Kim, thank you so much for your question. All right, and let's see. So just practitioners.
Thank you, everyone. That was pretty great.
Great, yay. All right, practitioners, is anyone interested in staying late with me? It's okay if no one is, but I'm like, okay, we've got a few of us. Okay, so we're gonna go late tonight. So let's see, we've got Irene, Dan, India, and Michelle in line. So is there anyone that like has to drop off really quickly that needs to go right now? Of the four of you? Michelle, is that all right? No one else is like, okay, so let's put Michelle up front. Michelle, that was yes or no, you do? Sorry, I'm just trying to see. So Irene, Dan, India, Michelle, anyone have to leave really quickly? Was that you, Michelle? Did you say yes? Okay, maybe none of you have to leave quickly. Then we'll just go in order. Sorry, Michelle, it just looked like you were motioning, so I'm trying to see. Yeah. Sorry, Michelle, you're muted. Did you want to?
Was that me, Michelle, or the other Michelle? Because I'm
Oh,
not
okay.
aware of being
There's
in
a
line. There's a Michelle.
That's great. There's probably another
I think
one.
it's about which Michelle. That's the
Aha.
issue. Hi, we're
yes,
both
it's you, Michelle.
Michelle's.
Did you need to leave early? Do you need to leave really soon? That Michelle? So, yes, you're the right Michelle. Yeah. Do you have to leave? Do you have to leave quickly, or can you stay late? You know what?
It's 11:30 here, so I'm okay still. I'm in Kentucky.
Oh God. Yeah, your internet's not good too. Yeah, so we'll have to none of your. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Great. So a few of us can stay. Let's just go in order then, I guess. Irene, are you still here? Oh, there's Irene. Oh, Irene is
Hi.
Irene. All right. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Done the work, still doing the work, and just any help.
Do you want to say a little bit more? Are you single right now?
I'm single and I work with my ex.
Oh, you work with. Ooh, all right.
But he's on kind of a sabbatical, so I don't have a lot of contact with him.
Yeah. So where in the world are you?
In North Carolina.
I just let's see, practitioners in line. There's something for me about working with your ex, just the way you said that. Just I'm having the sense that there's still a whole bunch of energy that's tied up in the connection with him, and that there's something for you about really sorting that. We have a panel coming up on cutting cords, by the way, but it just seems like there's you really want to get your energy into the, oh yeah, we still work together. You know, so whatever the stuff that's left from this relationship and the feelings and the frustration, and it just seems like it's a real big opportunity for you to feel more of that stuff so you can help create space. Yeah, that's a big thing for me. All right, and I know Jesse's got something to share, so let's get Jesse in here. Go ahead, Jesse.
So first of all, I just want to say I giggle so much with you that you work with your husband. I call my husband, my ex-husband, my husband,
Yes.
So, because he's still in my life. We have a child together, so we still have to we're still in the family business together, though we are not in the marital relational business anymore. So I pulled 3 cards, and what I pulled was pentacles, 2 pentacles, and a major, which was the star. You are, I think the feminine right now, in general, we are in a process of stepping into our embodiment of our femininity and our divine natures. I think women are pretty solid on who and what we are at this point. And it's the 9 of Pentacles and the 3 of Pentacles. So 9 of Pentacles being you're kind of at the end, your business is established, it's working, you don't really stress out about money too much, but there's a ill content in that. It's not comfortable for you right now. And you do have to still work with him. You are in partnership with him because what you guys work on is something bigger than yourself. So as Lorelei spoke to the chords before, here's how I started looking at this. with other relationships, take a second and close your eyes and imagine yourself as a beautiful octopus. And everybody can do this. Imagine yourself as a beautiful octopus and you've got tentacles, not just 8. You've got like billions of tentacles. And in those tentacles, they're reaching out and they're touching and connecting to other people, your other lovers, your friends, those people you view as mentors. Sometimes you're holding them close. Some you may be strangling a little. But take a second to tune in to those tentacles and how you're holding these people. I was with a lover at one point and it came to me and he said, wow, we just got entangled. I'm like, excuse me, I don't entangle with anybody. And he was like, and I took a minute and I asked God to show me, and he showed me this poor man just, and all my little tentacles were all around him. So I was like, what do I do? And he said, can you let him go? Can you let it go? You know, so then I was like, okay. And then I thought about my tentacles as having these suction cups, right, that cling. What if my tentacles don't need to cling? What if they are soft and feathery? What if they stroke and caress instead? What if I don't have to hold these people close to me? I can reach out with a tentacle and go, hey there, if that's the agreement we have together. And if it's a relationship that I've had with somebody, we carry plugs of ownership in our vaginal canals. Men leave them behind in the form of semen deposits. So removing anything that's left behind within you when you transition out of a relationship. And men, remove the seal of a woman's ownership of your shaft, right? I mean, it's yours. So these are things we can do to just release ourselves from these dynamics emotionally and energetically. And while doing any energy work, always make sure you're addressing beliefs that come into play. Any fears you have, ideas you have, attachments that you have, these things are there for you to witness. That's why they're being brought forward by your experiential state.
Thank you. That sounds
great.
pretty cool.
Thanks, Jesse. Let me grab Thorn. We're going to have Thorn go, and then it will be Lisa. And then also, I put in the chat, if you're willing to share a tip for the interpreters tonight, that would be really helpful for us. And then also we have a drawing. If you'd like to share feedback with us and give us your contact info, you'll get to hear from all the practitioners about what we have going on. And you'll be entered into a drawing for a free 30-minute session with one of us of your choice. Thorn, you are on. Thorn, we can't see you yet though. Great.
Excellent. Sorry, I'm just catching up with the chat and everything else going on. Excellent, excellent. 1 second, I'm sorry. So sorry, the interpreter is trying to find the pin now too. Okay. Okay, great. Hello, Renee, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm great. Excellent, thank you. But how are you doing?
I'm doing very good.
Wow. I think your question is a really relevant question. Just that whole situation. So, wow. So since you work with your ex-husband, that energy, you're single, but yet you're working together with the ex. I'm curious about the boundaries of that and how you guys are navigating those boundaries with, you know, you're ready to move forward. You know, you're ready for the next connection. What's new? What's out there? What's up? So I'm just wondering sort of where your boundaries are with that right now. I'm feeling like they're strong and good, or are you feeling like they're a little iffy and nebulous?
He can't be in the same room with me. So there's animosity, I guess, with him, but he's the one that left the relationship. He wasn't willing to work on the relationship.
I see. Ooh, Ooh, gosh, wow. That's resonating with me. Wow, that is hard. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you. So I think with that type of energy that he's putting out, and that's a really tough work situation. Wow, number one. How to navigate that. I think right now, especially with where you're at, wanting to move forward, wanting to be open, I think it's important to recognize that even with his anger, whatever his deal is, his experience, that is him. That is all on him. That is his deal. And I just want you, that is his thing. And you don't have to hold space for him at all. You do not have to do that. However, at the same time, obviously that's incredibly challenging because both of you are human in bodies in the same space. So, and you work together. So, wow. I guess, I think it would just be important to think about sort of reframing, you know, how to prioritize communication and reframing your space and what you need right now so that you can continue forward. We can keep your energy sort of level and even though his energy is sort of just coming off as this negative, icky mess that's upending everything. So sort of how to compartmentalize that so that it's not getting into your energy. So that's sort of where I'm thinking right now. So I'm wondering if that's sort of my first thought. And then I think there are a few things that we can do to sort of shift that energy in the space, so to speak. You know, if he's got this negative rain cloud over him, you know, that he's going to insist on bringing every day to work. I'm curious, do you own the workspace or do you rent?
Well, we're both, he's working at his house, I'm working at my house, and our employees are all, we gave up our offices because of the pandemic. So we're all remote workers.
I understand. I see. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Excellent. Yes, that makes sense, of course. So I think what I would suggest then, just, you know, like, you know, just to sort of, 1 second, I'm sorry. So just sort of like recalibrate the energy.
Okay.
I would say your front door or any sort of entrance to your house, I would put salt. Just a small amount, maybe a little bowl, maybe near the door jamb in the corner. And you could do that throughout the house. And that will actually help neutralize negative energy. Any sort of negative energy that comes in, salt will neutralize that, specifically from him.
Okay.
And you can switch it out once a month. You can replace the salt and, you know, say, okay, it's absorbed enough negative energy. And then at the beginning of the month, place a new bowl of salt out, you know, and that could just be a lovely monthly ritual you do under your door or near a window. And again, that's one way that we can sort of recalibrate the general energy around us. And then the other thing was I was thinking is also with yourself, with your heart space, I think you can envision a sort of a sphere around yourself, right? Like you've got this little sphere, like a dome of comfort and safety around yourself. So I want you to visualize sort of like a mirror, right? Like when you envision a mirror, right? Whatever negativity hits the mirror, right? Those images just bounce right back off, right? So I want you to think of your sphere as a negative mirror that just rejects any sort of negative energy that comes to it. So you have a little sphere surrounding you of positive energy. Like maybe think about your favorite tree, your favorite stone, your favorite crystal, animal, anything, whatever helps you create this just incredibly nourishing, powerful sphere of protection. So I would say the salt and then envisioning that powerful sphere of protection. That would be my 2 suggestions for recalibrating that negative energy. So
okay.
Yeah, I would give both of those a try. And you do deserve to love and to move forward and to have the best life. And I wish all of that for you. So, and I would be more than happy to chat one-on-one with you if you would like. Again, absolutely no pressure, but I am available. So yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Great, thanks so much, Thorn. All right, we've got Lisa, and then we're going to have Galactic Ashley share, and then we're going to have Amber share, and Amber is also going to then share about Corey too. And Lisa, this is her last reading, so Lisa's also going to share her contact info. Go ahead, Lisa.
Hi, Rain. Is it Rain? Is that how you say your name?
Irene or Reen?
Oh, Reen. Okay. So the places that I tap into with people are going to be around the heart and whatever is potentially impeding on what your heart is wanting to provide for you. So the message that I got is that there's a part of you that grieves for more freedom from any harm or trauma that has happened in your life. Now, I want to explain that just a little bit, that grieving for freedom or grieving for something more is something that most people don't talk about. We usually talk about something that we've lost in the past or a pain that we've been hurt from. But I've been experiencing and I've been hearing a lot from the guides that I work with that there is a grieving for something more, and that's part of what's happening with you potentially, and that there's also that you're actually really brave. You have a courage and a bravery to step forward and move forward from whatever changes need to take place. But there's a little bit of you that feels a little bit threatened by your bravery. So it's not even so much threatened by anything else that's going on outside of you. It's what's going on inside of you that has the power and the voice and the courage and the ideas and whatever is going to come from this pain and heartache that you've experienced. So the message is that you have the bravery to believe in more love. And that's a message for a lot of people here tonight, is having the bravery and recognizing when we feel that bravery come up and when we retaliate away from it, because it's a really natural human process for us to want more and then realize or forget why we want more. So I'm going to leave you with that, and I'll let everybody else know that my website is lisanolton.com, and my last name is Knowlton. So there's some information there about what I do, and for tonight, I'm doing 40 minutes for $45, and that's if you email me and set up an appointment in the next 24 hours or so.
That's great.
So
And Lisa, just say again what it is that you do.
Well, I do heart readings. I work a lot with people who are trying to connect to their hearts and listen to what they are wanting to say, connecting the heart to the mind, connecting the heart to the mind through the throat, this whole upper region. And I do that through sometimes hands-on energy healing, movement practices, or online readings. So just like I'm doing here tonight. Thank you, Lorelei.
That's great. Thanks so much, Lisa. It's been lovely having you here again.
Thank you.
All right, and Galactic Ashley is next. Let's get you up here. All right, go ahead.
Hi. So hopefully briefly, the first thing that came through was like the word punishment. And so I needed to tune into that more because I was like, where's this coming from? It feels like it's unconscious by both parties, but it takes both parties to allow the punishment to sort of swirl around. So this can be not that anyone is consciously punishing another person, but I do feel that from his portion of the energy that they're like that it's almost like he's self-punishing, like it's more reflecting him at you, but
Yes.
but for you, the beauty of being in these relationships, as especially if you're an empath, do you identify as being an empath at all? Because these are the most beneficial relationships for empaths to be in, even though they're uncomfortable. I think it's important for empaths to understand that even at an unconscious level, the need or the desire to heal an energy oftentimes is because we're uncomfortable and that energy makes us uncomfortable. So then we want to go heal that so that we don't have to feel it. When the sort of the purpose is to be able to be in those energies, to hold space and give yourself permission that you don't need to fix or do or heal anything. And if there is a resonance, and if you find yourself getting upset or angry, to heal that part of you so that these energies can move through you, and then you understand that these are the wounds and you've healed them, and this is where a light can shine through us. So what's beautiful about this is that you don't have to be in the physical space right now so that you can work more appropriately or consciously with the energy itself without also having to deal with any sort of physical confrontation. So that's really where the opportunity is. And I feel that I think that your original question, sorry, I had gotten lost in all of it, was that you were looking for a relationship because you had done the work. And yes,
Mhm.
but I also, this feels very present because this is an everyday interaction, especially energetically, that you're having with this person. So finding peace in it so that you can move on, because I imagine that when you do begin to move on, that even at an unconscious or energetic level, he will probably get more like energetically aggressive. And it's not like a psychic attack because they can feel the pulling apart. So that will feel less aggressive, and you'll be more at peace with it when you do a little bit more healing through the transition, or as you go through it. So to maybe shift that this is a master teacher that you've invited into your life, and this is a relationship, and that you can have a pure business relationship, and that is possible. And you can also have a romantic one in your life with somebody else and be completely fulfilled.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for Galactic Ashley. All right. And Amber.
Hi, Irene.
Hi.
And you were born in Trenton, New Jersey?
Yes.
Okay, just trying to make sure I have the right astrology information. So what I'm seeing, it's really interesting that Galactic Ashley mentioned the subconsciousness, because the unconscious, because I'm seeing that both you and your ex are both in this Aquarius energy when it comes to your Venus and your Mars. The difference, and the thing is, you also have the signature of being at the very cusp of Aquarius, except you're at the end. You've already experienced the whole of it. You have much more tools saved up and much more knowledge. And whereas he's just the beginning seed. And so essentially he feels overwhelmed by you if he doesn't feel strong enough in himself, because, or any man is going to, because you have all of this power and knowledge that they just don't have. And you both are odd ducks when it comes to relationships. And you're both really similar, but at the same time, like in this case especially, he's just like, he gave up because he's just not a fully formed person, and it's only threatening him being reminded of that being with you. So this might be like an ongoing pattern where you attract people that, I don't know, Aquarius energy says to me that you both are going to be unusual, like very much in your head space. This is only more so because it's the third house. So it's like air on top of air. And it's interesting now, like you guys are working apart in the ether. If he comes back to you and decides to work on the relationship, that's something that's going to happen over the spring or the summer. But if you decide to move on to another relationship, I see that you could manifest that sort of thing February of 2022 or March of 2022.
Okay.
Any questions?
No, I was just writing down. what is the best way to deal with some of that energy? Because I feel it all in here. I mean, I feel the energy of people. And it's hard sometimes because I love being around people. So sometimes I have to get out of the house and go see people just for the point of clearing my own head.
Yeah. Writing and talking.
Okay.
Lots of talking. I mean, if you can get this guy to talk, if you guys could actually talk and keep talking. And I've heard of this one exercise where you just keep asking the same question over and over again and get the person to respond 7 times.
I truly wish that could happen. He's not in that space.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And Amber, if you can just hang on, Jesse's going to share
Corey.
a little bit more. And then, actually, if you can you wait? Jesse just wants to share a little bit and then we'll do Corey. So just hang on. I'll keep you right here. Okay, go ahead, Jesse.
Oh, I'm just going to check the water level.
So I'm going to speak to what you just brought up about your struggle with leaving and clearing your energy. This is empathic hygiene. And I think it was Galactic Ashley who spoke to this earlier about how empaths need these relationships. When I left my husband was a projection artist. He was a diagnosed narcissist. We were working in therapy for 16 years. And I'll tell you what worked was energy. Energy was
Today is February 12th.
Somebody's
got
sorry,
I got to figure out who's got stuff coming out.
And it's going to start to go up.
I can't figure out who's unmuted.
And by February 16th.
It's Lori.
Here we go. Got it.
Okay, so when we are empaths, all human beings are empaths. First of all, I'm going to be really quick. Our body is a collective community of flora and fauna and human cells. Only 1 out of every 10 cells in your body is actually human. The rest are other things. They're all speaking in a vibration. It's like a song. And just like if I were a singer and I go and I sing in a choir and I've never done that before, can I hold my alto while a bass is singing next to me or a baritone, or am I going to start matching into that person? So with energy, we all have to learn how to hold our own song, because if we are externally focused in our idea of self, if I'm looking out here to see, am I accepted? Does this person like me? Do they love me? Am I safe? We start doing this as children, especially if we come from trauma backgrounds. Is that house safe? Is my parent okay? Am I going to be okay in there? We develop a whole subconscious system of programs of checking around ourselves, which ultimately makes us externally focused for vibrational relationships. Okay? Becoming in control of your empathic nature says, I am internally focused. This is who I am. This is my vibration. I allow this other person to have their experience and their vibration. This is the learning to separate your song and play your song no matter what's going on out there. Now, this is what I teach and work on in Life Mastery Program with people. And I think it is critical for people to understand. But if you just remember, you are a being of vibrational light and you are radiating your own light. Is this mine? Is this not mine? I command all that is not mine to be released from what is mine and return to who it belongs.
Perfect. Perfect. I like that. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Irene, for your question. Thanks, Jesse. Great. I love all of us together. So much fun. Yeah. Right. So you asked about relationship and we all went for, right? You healing you and this cleansing this other relationship. So thanks so much, Irene. All right.
Thank
let's see.
you.
So Amber wanted to share about Corey and fit that in. Corey, where are you? I remember your iPhone, right?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, great. And whoops, I can't pin you.
Can you see me now if I talk a little bit? If I pop up?
Hold on, I gotta make it gallery.
Okay.
Oh yeah, there you are. Yay. Okay. Pin. All right, you're here.
Stefan, hi.
Yay. Go ahead.
That's my playful self.
Hi, Corey.
Hi, Em. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I'm curious if things have been intensifying as far as feeling like you're starting to be ready to be in a relationship.
Yes, in a
Okay.
major way.
Right.
And I feel a little resistant, but excited.
Yeah, that's because of Jupiter and Saturn both being in Capricorn. And I'm a siderealist, so other people might be thinking, wait a second, they're already in Aquarius. But to me, they're still in Capricorn. And so that's hitting your relationship planets, 2/3 of them. And that heats up for you. Let's see here. In March of this year. But and then you get another chance next year around this same time, February, March as well. And then I just want to talk with you about your Venus energy that I see and your Mars energy. So your feminine energy is in Cancer, and that's the mother goddess energy. It's the person that is very nurturing and also very in touch with your emotions. And also it's a big part of your identity because it's in your first house. And so you're very okay with showing your heart and being strong with that. The type of man that you're attracted to is someone that's probably very talkative, someone that's a writer. But at the same time, oddly enough, Mars energy, when it's in the 12th house, is actually very strong and powerful. And so a person that's very metaphysical, someone that could be psychic, someone that has like the sort of sense about them that they're kind of an enigma. So, and that can blend very nicely with the Cancerian energy as well. Yeah. So with the Capricorn energy, I really see you as able to be in a committed relationship, and that being a thing over the next year or two of that possibility. And I'm not saying like there's just one right person, but that there's plenty of opportunities for you during that time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Corey and Amber. All right, let's see. So Thorin. Oh yeah, okay, great. So Dan, you are next. Let's go find you. I know Dan is doing speed dating too.
Okay, I'm muted. Hi, can you hear me?
I can, and also I want to say, so yeah, Amber, so whenever you're ready for Dan, I want you to be able to jump in, and Thorin needs to jump in for Dan, and yeah, so practitioners, who
Hello.
wants to? Yeah, Dan, so go ahead. What is your question?
Hi, good to see y'all. My question is about soulmates, girlfriends. When and if will I ever find or get into a relationship with someone special?
Yeah, yeah, it's
I'm
great.
still looking. I just was doing the online speed dating thing right now, so I'm doing that. But I have a break here, so good timing.
Perfect. Yeah, so Amber, I know you want to go, and did you want to jump in now? Okay, hold on, let me get you back in here.
I just said sure, but you couldn't hear me.
Yeah,
'cause
go
I was
ahead.
Hi,
muted.
Amber.
Hi, Dan. Okay, so I got your information and you were born in Toledo, Ohio. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, good. Then I've got you. And so I'm seeing that I'll just talk first about your Venus and Mars energy. And so I see you being attracted to women that are very fiery and women that like to be in control, loud, and go-getters. I see that kind of energy being like really fun for you, and that's like the kind of thing that you gravitate to. And I also see you with a lot of Aquarius energy, and as far as your Mars is concerned, and so that's like wanting to help humanity, the the world, and all of the different sort of modern problems that we're having, but also all of the different the word new things that are available to us with like the internet and all these sort of modern things, that all this sort of Aquarian world that we see around her. You're kind of like exactly where you need to be, because the world's supporting your masculine nature. But then the type of woman that you're attracted to is kind of like the polar opposite to that, not in a bad way, but in the way of like a full moon, the full moon energy, and how those two things balance each other. And the women kind of like that you're attracted to kind of like keep you more grounded with just day-to-day life, and like be here now and have a good time. So let's see. And today's new moon is actually in Aquarius. And so it's kind of like activating your interest in having a relationship. And then I'm seeing that this energy, that this Leo energy that you are attracted to in women is also very strongly in your relationship planet, your planetary chart, your relationship planet. So that Leo energy is even more compounded for you, and it's going to be coming up for you in July of 2021, the end of July, and going till about September of 2021. So that's Mars, Venus, Jupiter, and the sun are going to like all be lining up. So that's during that time. So that's when I see the strongest possibility of meeting someone new. That makes sense?
Interesting. So July.
July, end of July till September is the strongest time that I see a lot of planets lining up and hitting that Leo energy and Aquarius energy.
Well, hopefully, I do plan to travel to Montana. I'm a full-time RVer, so I want to do some traveling. I love to travel, and I'm just itching to get out of here. It's just too cold, so I'm kind of like hibernating right now. I'm doing meetups and doing this online dating stuff, and just getting involved in social activities, mainly at home. So because I don't want to go outside because it's too cold, and it's like I'm allergic to cold for some reason. So I'm just kind of like staying home and enjoying my hobbies and doing my online stuff and planning game nights and stuff. So I will be. I'm planning on traveling to taking the RV to Helena for a couple weeks, maybe, going to traveling around Butte, Bozeman, and home.
Yeah, Dan.
Yeah.
Dan, that's all great. I know we've got more practitioners that want to share. Can we have more people jump in and share?
All right.
All right, great. Jesse, go ahead. Thanks, Amber.
So
Laura,
I'm gonna
real quick, I'm sorry, interpreters are switching.
Okay, so I'm going to speak to something that I haven't heard spoken to about quite yet, and I'm just trying to add things in that are relevant for everybody as well as for you. When men and women come into union with one another, women have like this great big donut of a magnet of attraction. And when we have men that come to us, we give them a piece of that. And it's part of what makes men just feel that pull to us. MIT actually did a study on this, and they found that when men consume the nectar of a woman as she orgasms, it creates a devotional sensation to that woman. One of the things that we don't talk about is how we undo this stuff. So if you can take time when you're going to sleep at night and imagine the women who you have had as lovers, the women that you have connected with, that you had that pull with, and imagine that you're giving them back their magnet. You're releasing it. That means you can't keep going back and running the old stories in your head of times that you loved with them, because you're literally clinging to that magnet and holding aspects of those partners. This is true for women too. We cannot keep revisiting the past with our consciousness to play out times that were wonderful, because what we're literally doing is pulling that time space continuum fabric towards ourselves, creating a bunch of jumbly mess. And time is not, there's no such thing. We are programmed to linearly experience time. So when we do that, when we're going back in time, how ourselves experience that timeline, it's all like a jumbly, confused mess. And we feel like we're looking forward and backward. That's what's happening energetically behind the scenes. You have to be willing to let go of the past if you want to move forward into your future. When we have any kind of depression, any kind of hard feelings, it's because we're being dragged back into that past. And it's often a subconscious thing. So bringing it forward into the conscious is how we release it from the subconscious. So be aware of it, call it into focus, take a minute, honor that moment with that woman, hold it sacredly and be like, you were amazing. I'm so grateful for you. This is what I loved about you. This is what I learned because I was with you. I'm so honored to have been with you. I release you. Here, I give you back all that is you that I've held with love, honor, gratitude. And if we all do this with one another, it changes the way we relate. It changes the way we love. And we're working in that relational field instead of trying to, force something to come into being. We clear our plate. Look, I'm hungry. My plate is empty. Do you like to cook? Right?
Okay.
All right, great. Thanks, Jesse.
Thanks, Jesse.
Jesse, all right, great. Thorn.
Hello. It's interesting. So first, I just want to point out that I can see your name and it says Delightful Dan.
Yeah.
And I just thought that was awesome. I love that
All right.
so much. Yeah.
Thank
What
you
a
so much.
great, fun way to express yourself on Zoom. So I just thought that was
good.
crazy cool.
I appreciate that. I really do.
Of course. Yeah. No, you're very welcome. I love that. Of course. That just
I try to
commented
be
right away. I
positive.
loved it. Yeah. So I think for me, I want to say, I really agree with everything that Jesse said about if we give back our energy to our former lovers. And it doesn't matter, and I'm speaking, irregardless of gender here, to anyone, when we give back our energy to our former lovers, men, women, non-binaries, with that sense of, I honor you, I respect our time together, I learned from you. I think moving through our past timeline allows us to catch up to the present, and that allows us to create a space where, again, the clean slate is in action now. And now we can start opening up the channels in the heart, the soul, and the body to begin those next steps. So I definitely wanted to agree on that. Yes, 100%. Unfortunately, that's not, the way that we do things in the world today, on an energy level. So I wish we all did. I wish we had more of that, that we are creating those spaces for that to happen. And there are some of us doing that, which is wonderful. So, where we are honoring each other in our own paths. So, but my point to this is the type of soul connection you want, the type of space you want to create. I think it's important to visualize what type of energy you enjoy being around. What type of energy do you want to invite into your space? Let's think about inviting it in. Like, I don't think we want to think about summoning or calling someone, like, right? Like, think about when you call a friend and you say, hey, you want to meet up for coffee? Get together, hang out. I think it's sort of that chill sort of energy. Let's envision that sort of like inviting someone in. What does that look like? And then putting those vibrations out in the world. Like, I wouldn't mind if this person enjoyed doing this or this or this, and then putting that out into the universe. And then just keep doing your thing. Keep contacting friends, keep doing the Zoom, keep the texting, stay in touch with your community, your family, the RV community, any way you can, and keep putting those vibrations out there. And I think that that person will manifest. Yeah, absolutely. So also, I have to say before, sometimes we have human tendencies to want to have things happen now, right? It's like, I need it now. I want it to manifest now. And again, the heart does know what's best. So I will say that. So it's more about the journey of trusting ourselves, trusting our hearts, and knowing that the heart knows best and how to honor ourselves. And that the journey is part of the process and how we learn along the way to get there. And we can't speed that up.
Yeah.
Also, becoming your best friend is very important. I cannot emphasize that enough. That's the real key here, is you have to become your own best friend. Maybe it seems like, well, what does that mean now? But I encourage you to play with that. Play with that concept. Really lean into how that feels for you. Hey, I'm Delightful Dan, and I'm my best friend. Maybe you think, well, it's impossible, but it's not. It is possible. And I think that will really help shift a lot of this energy focus. So that's some tidbits from me. And I really enjoy your sense of humor. I just think you've got a wonderful energy. There's a roguishness, sort of a clownishness to you that I'm really enjoying. So I encourage you to keep up that wonderful, fun energy.
Thank you, Dana. Thank
Yeah.
you for your encouragement.
Yes, and if you'd like to be in touch with me, please do. I'd be happy to chat with you more about any of this. So thank you.
Okay.
So, and now, yeah, you're very welcome. And then now, just for everyone on the panel, just to let you know, I am going to go ahead and disconnect. I'll go ahead and put my information in the chat, just so folks know how to contact me. And the services, again, I do offer is tarot, runes, I do energy healing, I do intuitive work, I do readings, astro. I work with clients that are hearing, deaf, hard of hearing, deaf, blind. If you need an interpreter, we can find one. We will figure that out 100%. So yeah, we can absolutely do any sort of sessions. You feel free to email me. I'm on Instagram. So lots of different ways to get in touch with me. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I love all of you and I've loved being here, and I'm sorry I have to go. Thank you so, so much. This has been wonderful.
It's great. Thank you so much, Thorn. But also,
making it accessible. I love you guys. Thank you. And have a wonderful night. Thank you.
The Thorn, also, please say your contact info so it's in the recording.
Absolutely. Okay, sure. So my contact info is www.spiritoracle.com is my website. My email is of oak, and then the number 8, heartofoak8@gmail.com. And my Instagram is at heartofoak8. That's me. Awesome. Thank you all so much. I've really enjoyed tonight. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so
Have
much,
a wonderful night,
Thorn.
everyone. Take care.
Yay.
Take care.
All right,
Thank
great.
you.
So great. So practitioners, I have you all on pin right now. So does anyone else want to share with Dan before we go on? And I guess one thing, and I guess in Sharon and Dana, I want to say, so Thorn is gone. However, there might still be someone that's wanting to watch the recording. So if you wouldn't mind, oh yeah, is that okay? Great. Can you still take turns? Who wants to go now?
Oh, I was just gonna say something. Oh, this is Galactic.
Hold on, we're just interpreting. Who's interpreting? I just need to know.
I'm going to
Sharon.
Lorelei.
Okay, great. Thanks. Cool.
And so just really quickly, and this actually ties into what Jesse was saying. The first thing that came up was to release judgment of not being in a relationship. So I feel like there's some self-criticism going on about the fact that you're not in a relationship, and there's nothing wrong with not being in a relationship right now. It doesn't make you a failure of a man or a woman or a being of any kind. And there's a lot, it feels like there's a lot of pressure around that. And so it feels like when you go into those self-criticism moments, that's when you do what Jesse was saying, which is draw in these old relationships to sort of, and it might not be even completely conscious, but it's sort of like you space out into them and you remember these other times and are wondering like what went wrong. Well, nothing went wrong. And I really want you to go to Arizona, like while you're in these cold places. It's like Arizona is amazing right now because I see you with mountains, but they don't have to be snow-filled mountains. They can be rolling desert mountains and hang and like being in that kind of space. And then this
Right.
other energy of connecting with music and song and sort of your voice with like allowing the divine feminine to come up in you and to experience her on how you experience her and know her rather than how you've been told to experience the divine feminine. And then when you experience the divine feminine energy within you, it will start bringing in that energy for you. And to keep doing what you're doing and to, get on the road when it's safe. If you can go to Arizona or somewhere that's warm right now, you don't need to hang out in the snow. If you don't want to hang out in the snow, you can be a snowbird. And I think that that's awesome. So, yep.
Thank you, Ashley.
Yeah, that's great, Galactic Ashley. I love that. All right, sweet. Thank you so much, Dan. I deeply appreciate you participating and jumping in and doing the speed dating too. That's great. All right. Let's see. So we've got India and Michelle. Let's see. So India and Michelle, you both still here? You are. All right, let's go find India. There you are. Get you in here. All right, great. So I know that you wanted me to do a reading of your eyes. Did you have another part of your question or?
I'm sorry, what was
I know
your
you
last-
wanted me to share about your eyes. Is there anything else that you wanted from the group too?
Well, I submitted the question, so yeah, if people wanted to, if they feel like they could weigh in, that would be great because I'm enjoying all of this and I love everyone's unique input and whatever comes up. I just think it's so organic and beautiful. I'm just loving it. So yeah,
Did you want to give people any? Excuse me. Did you want to give people any context of your question?
Sure. So I have someone in my heart right now, and I'm just sort of just wondering if if they are my person or not. And I know we discussed, that could change and everything, but that's the question. And then if that person really isn't, then what can I possibly look out for? Like you were describing to other people, like, oh, maybe you do well with this, like based on my astrology or my vibe or my eyes. Like, what maybe could I look out for. I have like kind of a type, and so if this one isn't it, then I'm just wondering like how to maybe look at another type, or what type would be better for me, because I keep going for the same one. That's it.
Okay, great. And did Amber get your birth info? Oh yeah, Amber's just asking me about it now too.
Oh, I can tell you right now. I was
And just know
born
this
in,
is all recorded if you want to say it or do you want to put it in the chat. It's
No,
totally up to you. It's fine. Okay, go ahead.
I was born in Southampton, England. So that's by London. You can just put London. 2282 at 5:25 p.m. So 1725.
Okay, great. Let's see. So you sent me some photos. Right. You sent me some photos of this person and then also your parents. Well, let me just say a little bit. So to me, you are more grounded and practical than either of your parents. Your dad is like a bit more of a dreamer, a creative ideator kind of person. And your mom is, your mom's also got a creative side. So the two of them have that in common, but your mom's also intensely emotional. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so, right. So you showed me a photo of a woman, right? So you date women, and or at least this person is a woman. And so this person though is a lot like your mom. So she's got a lot of the creativity and a lot of the emotional passion. And I know. So part of what happens is that, right? So it just I counted up crushes in high school, I think crushes in high school and people I dated, my ex-husband, and then I switched and I started dating women, and 12 of them in a row were all like my father. I mean, there's like a few little things. There was one person like my grandmother that I so adored, and amazingly like my grandmother, and she's a rare type. And then one person that was like an uncle that was trauma when I was a child. But so it's the same patterns over and over, and like we just do that. And so when you say the person's in your heart, when you presence this person's energy, do you also have this like, kind of like all your energy is in there?
Well, like it's funny the eyes thing, because as soon as we made eye contact, it was a meetup actually, and they were the hosts. But anyway, as soon as we made eye contact, it was just a very, very strong pull. That's always how it is with my like so-called soulmates, or it's just like that initial pull is so strong, and it's been a journey for me. It's just been,
and that's why I want to encourage you that to me, they're not actually soulmates. This is where you're trying to heal something from long ago over and over. You have a very grounded, practical, like in some ways slightly gruff, like kind of like, rah, full hands, make it happen kind of person. And to me, you actually want to be with someone like that. You really want to be with a wrestling partner, but that can wrestle physically, kind of with it, like you have a very strong mind and a very strong body. So you want to be able to wrestle in that way with someone the same way. You never have to worry that you're too strong or too big or too much. And they have to be careful around them. To some extent, these other people, they're like fierce, but they also are more sensitive in some ways. So you're having to watch your energy. So I think it's great to be with someone similar. And so my energy is a little more like yours, and my partner is a lot like me and has a little bit of the splash of some of the people that you've dated too. So you can have a little bit of a splash in there, but have them so much more like you. To me is the best thing. And then how to find them. So I said, you're very grounded in your body. Your energy is more subtle. The people that you seem to be attracted to have a very spicy, like stand out in the crowd energy. And I get they really stand out for you too. But I want to encourage you to look at the people that are a little bit more quiet, a little bit more kind of not exactly in the background, but it's and you want to see what the judgments are that you have of those people. Why do you think you wouldn't want to date them? What would be wrong about it? And often those are the judgments that you have of yourself. And so those are exactly the things that, you're in your own way of being you and really celebrating you. And that's why you can't see the people and feel attracted to the people like you. That makes some sense? Like, so you're kind of, and you're not exactly a hang in the background. You're almost a little bit more of like, you've got multiple things going on all around it, holding it up and making it happen. So you want to find those other people that are often kind of invisible that are making it all work. So go look for those people. So when you're actively making it happen, look and see who else is there. All right, great. I know Jesse's got something to share. Go ahead, Jesse.
Wait, can I say really fast? India, do you know the date that you met the man that you're interested in?
A woman. It's
It's
a woman.
yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry, the woman. Sorry, the woman.
Well, when did I meet? It was I think it was 2 years ago in September or late
So
August.
Of 2018.
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah, so 2.5 years ago.
Yeah.
Do you
that's-
know their birth information and time and place of birth?
Yes.
Because that would be really helpful.
I should probably put that in the chat though.
Okay, thank
Yeah, that's
you.
great. Thank you.
I'll just look for that. I appreciate it.
All right, Jesse.
I went ahead and pulled some cards, and I got a lot of just confirmation of what Lorelai said about your own personality. You're very fiery. You don't want to necessarily be the one responsible in the room, but you certainly like to be one of the life forces that are imbibing the room. You tend to also, have a very sharp mind. You approach things with your mind and with your passion. The Queen of Swords is present, and one of my favorite street tarot readers that I met way back when was like, "Oh, you got the bitch of the deck out. Oh, is it time to get her on?" So she will cut you if you fuck with her, but she will cut anyone who messes with her friends too, right? She's cutting through, very fiercely loyal. And then you also had the Two of Wands, which is inverted, and the Two of Wands is really about your passion tends to lead you away from the group. You tend to have something that excites you that's really different from everybody else. And so you often feel this pull to be with everybody, but you're also like, yeah, but you know what? I kind of go over here. And the Six of Pentacles is present too. So you're really trying to figure out, where are my resources right now? What am I doing right now? What am I growing? Do I really want to put this love energy into this? Is this an herb I want in my love tea right now? Like, do I want to grow that? And so I want to speak to also what Lorelai mentioned about, if you're feeling that really engaged, like, that is karma. That is soul contracts. That is your fragmented aspects of your soul that you told you don't get to reside in here. No, we're not going to be like that. Nope, we're not going to be like that. And as Lorelai mentioned, your judgments are where you're going to find those, right? So like, let's say there's somebody and you're all, I can't believe they do that. Like, how dare they? Who do they think they are? Well, whatever they're doing is something your soul is asking you, but can't we do it too? I mean, they're fine. Nobody's killing them. Like, they're fine. Look, they're even loved by somebody and they get to do it. Can we please do it too? And if we fall in love with someone like that, well, we are asking to fall back in love with that part of ourselves. And as soon as we bring that part of ourselves back in and allow ourselves to do that, find our own, which is Temperance was the other card I pulled. You struggle with finding that temperance for yourself, right?
I just pulled the same card. Sorry, I'm just really excited.
So Temperance is huge for you right now. And Temperance is like, a master swordsman, a craftsman who makes a master sword. He's going to take this raw lump of metal and he's going to heat it, pound the crap out of it, fold it over, scald it, heat it, pound, scald, heat it, pound, scald. And if you're the Queen of Swords, I mean, you have chosen a temperance game. So you're going to be going through these relationships that are going to be tempering you. I'm very similar. So I've personally, I've chosen to let go of the idea of a one partnership. I don't have partnerships. I have lovers. They can court me, they can dance with me, we can play together, but they are not who I build my life around. My life is built around my business. My life is built around my friendships, my community, and my tribe. Right now, a very dear friend of mine of 20 years, we're rebuilding a house on my mom's property for us to grow old together in. And, those men can come visit if we want them to, right? So if you create that space for yourself, I have a feeling that you're a dancer in this world. Dancers don't just dance with one partner. And because we have so much to offer, I think this was spoken to earlier, maybe by Galactic Ashley. We ask these partners to be our everything. Well, we're a lot. I mean, we're a lot, right? So to ask one person to be that everything for us is like saying, I want you to be the entire foundation of my cheerleader pyramid, and I'm going to stand up on top and do all my acrobatics. Got me? No, they don't. It's too much to expect. So finding ways to build a community that's got you frees your lovers to dance with you.
Interesting. I am extremely old-fashioned that way. I've always believed in one person for me, even since I was like a little girl. So
You know, we get programmed with that because every single thing in our culture programs it. And I'm not trying to say that that's not true.
No, I'm listening.
There definitely, there are people who team up and they're like, holy crow, my greatest passion is manifesting with you. And if you find that, that's wonderful. But to put that pressure on everything that approaches you, it is a pigeonhole for the universe to try to squeeze your perfect partner through every time. It denies you of the experiences that could be fostering and cultivating the being you came to be. You know, our lovers are our teachers and they refine us, you know. Oh God, that was rough, said the sword to the hone. Thank you, I'm so much sharper now. I release you to go be a stone again. You know, so if we can allow our lovers to come to us and to be what they are, and if that is a continuation, and we now want to build a foundation on that, and now we want to grow on that, well, that's different. But when they come to us, and if we're like, are you the one? They're all like, whoa, lady, ease up. I mean, I'm just one lady.
I think I'm blushing. I don't know why. This is funny.
It's great. Galactic Ashley, go ahead.
So I love that Jesse was talking so much about swords, because I keep getting this imagery of snow and crystalline and basically like lightning fast mind and clarity. So I feel like you're going through a crystalline, like a huge shift in your energy field, and that this person that you've been asking about, you won't be asking about it later. Now, I'm not saying that yes or no, but I'm just saying that I feel like there's utmost clarity because you're going through this big transitional phase, and to really lean into that, because it's almost like there's parts of your mind and of your energy field that are being activated. So it's like you can see without seeing. That makes sense. Like, so, and it just feels like just crystal clarity. And then the snow is coming in because it's crystalline, right? These are free crystals that bless us from the sky that we can also bless again as they melt and sink into the earth. But, there's a silence when the earth is blanketed with this snow. And so there won't be any doubts. There won't be a cacophony of voices in your head. It will just be silent and quiet. And you will own this space that is your space. And there will be clarity. So
Great. Thank you. It just started snowing too, and I have been going through this process. I'm going to just a little backstory. I'm going to a holistic school right now, and it's happening right now. Yeah. That's why I was like, should I even ask it? Because it is kind of fading away, but it resurfaced and it's still kind of there. And I'm like, I don't know what to do, because sometimes I just feel like this person is like, yeah, you know, the one I want to be with eventually or whatnot.
And sometimes things surface because they're releasing, but when they surface, we're like, oh, what is this again? Did I mess up? And then we doubt. And really, it's just like, I'm trying to leave, like sort of like a zit or something, right? Like if a zit comes up, we're like, oh my God, what did I eat? What did I do? Or whatever. When it's like, it's just stuff that needs to come out your skin, right? And that's easier because it's a thing and we see it on our face and it's like right there. But this other stuff that comes up for healing, or just, it doesn't even, sometimes it's just like, hey, bye. And you're like, bye. Not that that is what this relationship is, right? Because the most important thing is that you are sovereign in your choice and that you choose consciously.
The reason I'm so hung up also is just like this strong psychic connection, like dreams, intuition. I can pretty much sometimes like hear thought. I mean, it's intense, and I'm like, well, I can't. I've done like cord cutting. It's actually releasing a lot now, which is good. But I've done so much work, and I'm having deja vu right now. Anyway, and it's just like, I've tried not trying. I've tried trying. I've tried, dating other people. I'm like, oh, I just need to get it out. And then I've tried even like, I tried like everything and nothing. And it's just like still, getting psychic downloads and dreams and intuition and knowing I've drawn things and they've happened. I've written things. It's just, that's why it's so powerful, this connection, that it's like, it's not just like the others, even though the others had part of this has like so much. And I'm just like, okay, this is, I don't know. Anyway, I'm rambling.
I totally get it, because these are powerful connections that we have, and oftentimes they're meant to trigger memories in order for us to receive activations, in order for us to remember that we've experienced these other unconditional love relationships with this person that could be a brother, sister, or multi-dimensional things, and they come in, but our human body is like, oh, I need to be in a relationship with you because them's the rules, right? When if we just allow ourselves to experience this in this whole multi-dimensional, oh my goodness, more unconditional love frequencies are coming in through my body, let me just allow that and see what happens. And I may feel sexual, I may not feel sexual in my body, because our bodies understand energy in this way, which is why it's so important to have our root and lower chakras like opened so that we can connect with the earth. And sometimes it's more of like a more etheric energy, but just giving yourself permission to just experience that amazing multidimensional connection, because that is awesome. That is awesome. But it doesn't mean that it has to be attached to that person, but it can be. And maybe that triggers something and you co-create this amazing something else it opens our creative core and this structure to be creators, to create something from this energy that may be with that person, or it may be an activation and we co-create something in our business or something else that we're studying.
It's been extremely triggering for me to the point where it brought me to this medicine. I'm in Chinese medicine school, so it brought me here through like repressed. It just brought up everything. So thank you for that. That was totally accurate. Everything's been accurate so far. I haven't been able to type in the chat. I don't know. Sorry, because I was trying to be present.
Oh yeah, I want to say too that even if in some ways she's similar to your old patterns, you can still experiment with how you can stay connected to you while you're with her.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So there are all kinds of ways that you can do it differently than you have before. But yeah, go ahead and put that in the chat. Yeah. Jesse, is there something else that you wanted to share? I know, and then as soon as she gets the information, and then Amber can get her stuff.
Yeah, I'll let her write that. Just what Lorelei and Galactic Ashley were saying, it's so important for us to identify how we're trying to force something into a relationship dynamic, because what you're really doing is practicing. And this person, they sing a song that's so similar, you're like, oh, I can harmonize with you. Oh my gosh. And we think that makes it special, but the reality is you're coming in alignment. So you're going to start drawing more people to you. And just like she said, it's the key. It got you where you needed to go. Thank you. And now as I practice and I come into even deeper alignment, deeper soul remembrance, now I'm practicing this collective mind. And what's happening for all of us is the human collective is God experiencing itself through each of our individuations. And God is at a point of its development and awareness of going, oh, I forgot. I scattered myself. Wait, where are all of my pieces? And so some of us have more and greater awareness of ourselves because we're like, I know where we are. We're in this dark hole of crap over here. So we dive in and we birth into these dark places. And then we pull that consciousness back up into the light. So these relationships that we get into are all to teach us how to be that. And you're going to find, I promise you will find others as well that you are going to feel those connections with. I work with a group right now. We call ourselves the Teachers of Tomorrow, and we're a circle, and we work as a collective. It's like one person's all, oh my gosh, I just broke up with someone. Oh my God, we all just broke up. Oh my God, I just like found this new restaurant. Oh my God, I just had this amazing meal. Like, I mean, it's ridiculous how every day we are all so aligned. So as you give yourself permission to surrender into these relationship dynamics with your honest self, not just through sex, but through all the ways we connect, you'll find that opening even more and more.
I'm actually really scared of sexual union because of just I get so attached, and it's been so my breakups have been so traumatizing for me. Like,
and perhaps that's your soul saying, can we learn to make love without fucking?
I'm always trying to hard these days or fast.
Yeah, and that's part of it, right? We're used to meeting the needs of those in front of us because we're externally orienting our value, our worth, our acceptance, our love. So let's internalize it and let's breathe. I am this being. I'm here to be this. I'm not trying to force you to be anything. I am. And you'll find those things shifting.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Jesse. Amber, are you set? We can't hear you. Sorry. You must not
I
quite
just
be.
got our partner's information, so I'm looking that up.
Okay, cool.
And just for the record, we're friends-ish right now. We're a little on the rocks because we trigger each other. So I guess I triggered her. She can't trust. She told me she wants to hang out with me, but then she can't trust me. It's like how I feel about.
By the way,
but
the combination of stuff she has in her eyes is very dramatic. Like just big swings of emotions and unpredictability and spontaneity and change and sensitive to energy and all kinds of things.
The weird thing is we're very alike and very different in ways that's just so beautiful to me. And like she told me, she's like, I had a very happy childhood. I'm like, well, that's nice because I had a traumatic childhood of abuse of all kinds. I mean, it wasn't all bad, but there was some serious bad stuff that I'm working through now. So it's just funny because it's like, I don't know.
I don't know how much of it was your mom, but like, so her energy may be a very healthy version of your mom. So in that way, it feels so soothing. Yeah.
She just has that perfect balance that it's hard to find in someone like it has a perfect amount of like kind of bad and good. Because I've gone both sides, the really bad girl and then the really overly, and it was just that perfect middle because I'm kind of both too. I like to dance on.
Well, so the talent that she has that your mom has in common, it's called priest or priestess. It's about inspiration, vision, passion, motivation. And so you have some priestess masking. And so when one has the masking, it can make one more like it. It can also make one rebel against it. And one can have both. So you want to be more inspiring, help people grow more, and you fight against it and you want to be bad. And my electricity is blinking. So things may happen soon. All right, Amber, are you set? Go ahead.
Okay. Hey, India.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for doing this.
Of course. So, you guys met around the end of August, beginning of September 2018. So when I'm looking at your relationship planets, the planets that when they get hit by the planets out there, get fired up, and then you're ready for a relationship, I'm seeing that they're in a place that's not yet born. One is at the end of becoming, one's at the beginning of becoming. And when you met your friend, your partner, not quite your partner, you had a lot of like, you had quite a few fast planets hitting those relationship planets of yours. But what I really like to see is that you have also the weight to ground that with the slower planets. So we like to see a combination of those. Now, the one slow planet you did have is Rahu. And Rahu is like, you know, you're coming, it's sort of like your fate and what you're trying to do in this world. And it's also like when you're saying you're getting triggered, it's like Rahu just tears through things and it's just like obliterates everything in its path. But it also is just kind of like, this is what I have to do. But the problem is that it's really easy for you to get triggered, especially with such a powerful planet like Rahu, because your relationship planets are forming in this lifetime. And so you've got new lessons to learn, and it's hard. You're in a state of becoming. And I see that your relationship planets, especially your Venus, have been getting pinged over the past year and a half. And then I'm looking at your partner, and they also had a lot of strong things going on, but I could see why you're the one that's more enmeshed in it than they are.
Mm-hmm.
And why that's more painful for you, which is the things I just told you about.
I felt like I was holding all the karma myself. Like I was like, wait a minute. Like, even though we weren't really even in contact at times, I'm like, I feel like I'm holding whatever like, I don't know if we have past stuff, but I felt like I was holding it all. I'm like, this isn't fair. I tried to release some of it because it's like, I felt like they were just, you know, energetically running away from their responsibility in it. And it just felt really heavy. Like I felt like I was holding theirs and mine. And it was a lot. It was weird.
Mm-hmm.
Heavy energy, so let's burn some sage.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Right. Thank you so much for your question. Thank you for waiting so long.
I enjoyed listening to everyone. Thank you so much. I'll be contacting everyone.
No, great. Yeah, we're all happy to work with you. Thanks so much. All right, we've got one more question. Oh, let me see. Okay, let's see. Michelle is coming on. All right, Michelle.
And I'm heard. I'm heard. Good evening or good morning, wherever you are. Gosh, you know, I was suddenly led to jump on here and see what kind of messages are out there for me. A little bit of background. I am in the center of 5 generations, caring for my grandmother and as a grandparent myself. And I'm an acupuncturist. I do traditional Chinese medicine. I'm in this for 20 years. So I'm also running a private practice. My relationship is more like my sister as we are living with my grandmother and for her care. She'll be 97 in August. And so there is a ton going on for certain. I don't know how else to put this, but to say that a lot of my feeling sexy personally, like loving to dance and just be in my feminine and in my power, always rolls over into my passion of what the work is that I do, the relationships that I have, and the fun that I like to engage in. And, you know, COVID has really balked a lot of that for family purposes as well as for relationship. I mean, just every way. Like, I don't have to tell you guys, you all know. So I am pivoting away from this private practice piece of it so that I can be more present for the family pieces of it, as I'm sure my grandmother's going to pass away at some point. I have another grandchild on the way. My daughter's pregnant into her 3rd trimester right now. And just a lot. So I am moving away from so much responsibility with individual patients to create something a little more helpful to my community and be more helpful. So I'm going up to a more mobile format. And I'm looking for some guidance on how balancing this, how, should I be stepping away from this? What is this year holding for me? Because all I'm looking at is Chinese astrology, and I'm needing some protection for who I am in my realm of zodiac. So I'm wondering where I'm sitting as far as astrologically, intuitively, and I've done a lot of emotional work. I see there's more to be done because this COVID stuff, it is heavy, the stories and the world that I'm in, but I'll leave it there.
Great. And practitioners, I took notes on that and it's all in that doc. So.
Thank you, Lorelai.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, Jesse, if you're ready, go ahead, jump in.
So I went ahead and pulled some cards. And what I got was you are in a major transition period of just your relationship with yourself. You're in some deep, really deep learning sets of how to transition really into the crone that you're becoming. And what kind of crone do you want to be? My mother is a musician and a guitarist and singer-songwriter. And her favorite thing, she's in her 70s now, is to get up on stage and sing, "You think you know me? You know you don't. I am a rock star lady. I'm here to like rock your world. You see your old grandma standing up here? Oh, no. This is the crone embodied." And she means it, to her core. And so you got the Hierophant as well as the Hermit. That is the 5 and the 9 in that major arcana. So you're still kind of early in understanding how you want to do that. What are your stories? What are your traditions going to be? Your mother is still, your grandmother is still the matriarch. Your mother's next in line to be the matriarch. Well, what is my role? I mean, I'm my matriarch of my family. My family was much similar. My great grandmother lived till she was in her 90s, and her last birthday party had 6 generations present. When you're so deep in a family like that, you carry so much of the family baggage and karma and weight. And you've got the Queen of Wands standing between the Hierophant, the stories I tell, and my desire, my longing to not have to be this person for this whole community. When do I get to just be my own Queen of Wands? You're going to have to create space for that for yourself. Begin practicing it in your daily life. What can I do today to embrace my fiery, passionate self that's within me? And what can I do now to step into and embody that a little bit more and a little bit more? Begin weightlifting who this Queen of Wands in her cronehood is going to be for yourself, and practice it in your home, with your partner, with your grandmother. Oftentimes when our sexual relationships turn into these friendship dynamics, and especially when they're same-sex it happens in all. I was married for almost 18 years. So, there's this kind of component where you become kind of partners in crime for the day, and forget to make that sauciness in there. So if you want to have more of that sauciness and you want it with your partner, well, dance naked through the room once in a while, like get fiery, embody this passionate being. My husband was blind. My favorite thing was to just show up somewhere in front of him naked, oh, here I am, it's the pantry. You thought you were getting dinner. Like, we have to integrate these things into our lives if we want a passionate relationship with our partner. We need to embody that. And so, yeah, that's my 2 cents on that.
Thank you.
And let's see, did Amber get any birth information from you? I don't think so.
I
Do you
sent
want
it to you.
You can swipe left on your phone to see. There's a ton. There's 16 of us in the room still. But yeah, Amber didn't get your birth info. So did you want to share it in the chat or?
I'm sending it to her
Okay,
right
great,
now.
great, sweet.
I sent it to you. I'm sorry. I thought it said or.
Oh, you, in theory you could have, but I must have gotten just lost in the chat.
No worries.
This is the too much going on dance. Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, great. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. Galactic Ashley, did you want to jump in or?
So one of the things, and this all of course ties into what Jesse was saying, is one is I'm definitely that's okay, so it's a lot, but I feel like there's a lot that is going on. And a lot of caregiving is happening, and it's really hard. And I've felt this not to the extent that you are in it, but especially when we are naturally caregivers, it's something that's just a part of us. It's like what we do and who we are. That it's okay to step back to create space, especially space that's needed, and maybe not say anything, but to watch and give somebody else the opportunity to step in to also be of service. And then you may also have to ask for help, and that's okay. And I also heard you say something about your business. Are you trying to step back from your business?
I'm changing changing it from more of the private practice that I do now at a women's health care clinic and doing one-on-one with my patients like I have for the last 20 years and moving to a mobile format. I've purchased a big bus and I've converted it to where I call it the Chariot 502. And I'll do ear seeds, moxa, cupping, things like that for mental health and de-stress and stuff for the community.
Yeah, I really like that, and that's so important right now. I was just at the doctor's office the other day, and she said that there's like a 6-month backup in mental health, but there's like people that like need that right now, and if there's a like that's a problem, right?
Mhm.
So people really need what you're doing, and I got a hit for you like that's very strong, like to do that. And I understand that you can't turn your back on your family, and it feels also like your daughter is capable of being a mother. She's learned from you.
Yeah.
She has this whole line of matriarchal powerhouses that are there, and you are living as a community. And it feels like doing what you're being guided to do and pivoting with your business is really needed, and I'm not getting to drop that at all. But also that your idea of what it means to be a divine feminine energy might be shifting. So while you maybe expressed it, you said you liked going out or dancing or some or right, that it might be like, okay, so where is that firepower within me, and how do I express that in my mobile business or my mobile service? Because what I got very clearly was I am a candle whose flame may light another without diminishing its own. And I feel like that's really important for you, because when we're in service, it doesn't mean that we have to diminish our own light when we give to another. We should feel empowered and then empower others. And all that happens is that light just grows and gets brighter. So I feel like you're definitely on track with going out into the community in that way to help others and to be of service in that way. I feel like there's a lot of people that are shifting into more group work than into one-on-one, even though one-on-one is really important at this time. And then and to really embrace the power of the unknown and releasing because when we release this need to know, that's truly when we get to know, and then that knowledge becomes wisdom, and you have plenty of experience to bring this knowledge in, and it's the experience plus the knowledge that creates the wisdom. So you have experience in this earthly realm, and you have access to knowledge. So when you release that and you let these two energies merge, then you're expressing and bringing wisdom out into the world. And that is the divine feminine powerhouse. And then when we're able to light more flames, then we really bring light into this world.
Thank you. Thank you, Galactic Ashley. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Great. So I just love all the connections between what comes in for each of us. So one of the talents that you have is called server. It's about love and intimacy and deep connection, right? So that people that server have a tendency to care so much for others, and they have big lessons with caring for themselves. So just part of this whole journey, and it connects in so much with what the others shared, is self-care. So really carving out time for you, but it's not even carving out, it's like time for me, and right, and all the other things. And
I have
space for
taken
me.
over the basement. It's only mine now.
That's great. That's great. And I think one of your other talents is called Sage. It's about community, communication, playfulness, and fun. So individual connections
went
and group
fast.
connections.
What did you say there? Communication?
Server is about one-on-one deep connections and care and love and intimacy. And Sage is about community, communication, playfulness, and fun. So you're all about connections with living beings, right? So one-on-one and group. So I love the idea that you're turning your business into a mobile business, but I see also some other thing that might be forming. Maybe it's something that you've already done, but it's
there is
a bit of a transition from individual care to community care. And also animals showed up for me. Servers often very connected to animals. So if you haven't practiced on animals before, I can see that there's some work on animals too that might be coming. I know maybe a slightly different flavor of how you work with them. Yeah, and we have a whole bunch of animal panels and things like that too, if you want to watch some of them and get a sense of all the different ways people work with animals. And so my sense is that you're going to be creating, as COVID is clearing up, you're going to be creating a community of people where you're going to be teaching, and you're going to be teaching people to work on each other. So you're creating a community center where other people work on each other.
Okay.
So it might be different ways of practicing other things that aren't, don't need licensing and things like that. But that's my sense, is that what you're, yeah, so teaching and building a community of people healing each other.
All right. Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great. Let me see, is Amber, are you ready? All right, cool.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi, Em. Thank you for your time today.
Of course. And I didn't get if you're dating men or women.
Women.
Okay.
I'm with a woman for 7 years, in fact.
Okay.
We're rather in a sisterly relationship, as we've moved in with my grandmother
I
care
see.
for her. Yeah. So a
Ah.
lot of family around, a lot. When I've been 20 years away in Colorado for a very long time and moved home to do this. So it's a big shift.
Yeah.
I don't know if you need to know I'm a twin. My partner also is a twin. I didn't mention that.
Oh, wow. Are you identical or no?
No, I have a brother and she has a sister. And no, we're not. None of us are identical.
That's really fascinating.
Yeah, her sister's name is the same as mine too. It's pretty funny.
And that's, wow. And you're wanting to stay in the relationship, or you're opening up the relationship, or what's the status there?
The status there is my relationships have always been very passionate, sexy, and I do best in my business and in my realm and in my world when I am feeling that feminine power and that, just that fluid, go with it and have fun to do it. And it's really dampered with COVID and, and what's left with grandma, and Tracy's a lot more of a home gal. And, so I'm trying to find my way here about how to shift, what am I going to be doing now? Because now I'm also a granddaughter and a grandparent and a business owner and a healthcare provider. And, there's so many hats I'm wearing. And I I'm looking to be of service, but in a different concept, a different way. I'm wondering, my Chinese astrological calendar is saying more about protecting myself through this year. There's going to be potentially some health situations I need to worry with, which, you know, I don't know where those are going to come. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm ready to receive that and do what I need to do. And it may be in my own self-care and not others at all. So that's kind of why I'm like, well, I need to see what's out here and what I need to pay attention to.
As far as relationships go, I don't see things happening until 2022. I mean, you're already in a relationship, but as far as like, if things were to open up and stuff, and unless someone else were to come to you and try and make something happen, for you to be the force that's creating change, I tend to see that like it takes a push from the universe, and I don't see that push coming from your side until February, March of 2022. And also maybe even stronger, September of 2022. And I think part of the reason why you're so in love with with feminine energy and feel very strong in that is because when I look at your relationship planets, it's all about a really strong Venus in its own sign of Libra. So it's like Venus is like, you've got power, like you understand Venus energy, and, you know, that creativity, and then it's in the 12th house. And so it's got the metaphysical side, the side where you're like, you know, at one with the fairies and, you know, just psychic energy. And I'm not surprised that you would gravitate to doing something like Chinese medicine where you're working with the energies. So yeah, it's not just your Venus, but your other relationship planet as well that has that strong Venus energy. And like I said, I'm seeing that activated in February through April of 2022. And then again, September 2022.
So 21
Thanks for
is just
sharing.
stay right here in it. Just stay with it.
Well, I mean, if someone were to come to you, because we have to take into account that sometimes other people are trying to start things. And if you happen to be in their line of vision when they get hit with Cupid's arrow, you know, it could be you.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you
Yes.
very much.
Thanks.
Galactic Ashley, did you have something else to share?
Yeah, this is just like an observation / wondering / comment. I was just tuning into twins recently and this idea of twinning. And there's like this idea that we are all born, or like we all come into like through our mothers, we come into our mothers as twins, but we absorb the other twin into us. So, and this is a part of why when we're out in the world and everybody's like twin flame, right? Like, but that is literally within us. But we have, because we like almost have this desire to be like finding this other being that we're searching for. And so it's fascinating to me that again, this is just a comment, that you're a twin and your partner is a twin. So it would make sense that like you're not searching for something and there's not like this whole magnetic thing, but it just is, and it's functioning beautifully. And then also I had to make this other comment because when I was in grad school and I was getting I earned or whatever a master's in fine art. So for 3 years I was like creating 24/7, and my libido was as high as it's ever been, and it didn't have anything to do with age or anything, because the creative energies were just full on flowing. But if I'm not creating, then my libido is lower. But you're talking about it almost backwards, where like your libido, before you had these sexual desires, and then that fuels your creativity. So I'm suggesting to sort of like play with those energies, but they are absolutely 1,000% related. So our sacred sexuality, our ability to create, but remembering that these energies come through us, not from us, and that we are just divinely connected to things. And I am really excited for you, basically.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did you say earlier that you had a question of like, is it possible that you would open the relationship, or did someone say that?
That was stated, and that has been in my history, and I wouldn't say that that is not an option in moving forward. We'll see. We'll see. She's not against that as an option for me, but that didn't work out so well for me in previous engagements. So I have to learn another thing, and to have that I need time for me. So that carving out the time may also be spending time with, maybe I'll just do a little thinking about that.
What does she do for work?
I don't know. Oh, you know what? She's still doing the same thing she's been doing. That's who she is. She's 20 years she's a manager in the mailroom at the Kroger corporate here. So she runs the entire area of what Kroger mail and all things related to it are, which during COVID is ridiculous how busy they are. And that if I was to say something about my relationship, I would say she is steadfast.
Yeah,
I always know that I will always be able to count on her. Yeah. And after moving here and losing my father, it was like, I know he sent her this way.
Yeah. Well, she has the warrior talent. Like, I totally felt it when you were talking about her. And does she have some wounding around relationship, around sexual connection of relationship? Yeah, I feel like that's
She's
some of
Mormon.
what's here.
She's Mormon. She was raised Mormon, then had to be ejected from her family and her twin sister because of her being gay. So it was a married while in the army kind of thing. Don't ask, don't tell, the history that is people our age. So she definitely does. And I'm sure a fair amount of shame around just sexuality in general because of the religion that she was reared in. But, that's not a deal breaker for me. It never has been. We've been sexual. It's not the without, but it was way early on. It was a problem. It was one of those places that I had to learn how to hold a fair boundary for myself, because that felt like rejection and things that, had I not been in therapy, I would have been very wounded over. And at times it was still hurtful, of course, but it's funny the way we find intimacy in other ways, and especially with grandma around always.
Yeah, it just sounds like there's something that you're still wanting.
Well, yeah, there is. I'm, I want someone who just wants me, who just wants to come for me. Just, I think, I know every relationship I've been in, I've always had that. And we had that early on. But, I think as we are telling stories and so on, and then, legitimately, our first official date, she met my grandmother.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, I kind of brought the whole damn family anyway. It's just kind of the Kentucky way, try to get away from it. 20 years in Colorado, I couldn't get away from it.
If you do end up opening the relationship, maybe part of what I was seeing of the community practice and all that too, there might be another practitioner in town that has more of a community practice too, and that may be part of the energy. So it may even be that it's not a sexual connection with that person, but even just the playful energy of the community connection, and that may be part of what fuels you.
Great. Yeah. Well, it is nice. I have spent this whole time preparing this, creating this in my head, and how this is going to work and all of this. And then another thing would happen, and I'd have to overcome another obstacle because I'm an acupuncturist. I don't lay flooring in buses. So I have to rip it out and start again. And, creating things and websites and, learning, relearning, and the things that you do in business.
Yes. Oh my
Damn it.
gosh. All right.
And thank so
Oh.
well, thank you all so very much. I appreciate that. I've got a lot of good things to sit with and help me get clear. And I look forward to the next opportunity.
Oh, you're welcome. Very welcome. It's great. Thank you so much for your question
You
and being here
remember
with us.
before
And I do. That's why I saw your name and I'm like, oh my gosh. And I couldn't remember the exact connection, but wow.
Our biggest connection, birthday at Racine's.
Oh my gosh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
That was a long time ago. The whole dining room table long of with your dad. So nice to see you again, dear.
Lovely to see you again too. Sweet. Thank you for pulling that all connected together.
So cool.
Wow. Sweet.
So cool. Well, thanks again and have a lovely night, everyone. Are we finished here?
Yeah, that's what I think. We're just going to finish up. So all the practitioners, let's go through and go ahead and share your name, what you do, your contact info. So it's all here on the video. So if anyone wants to connect with you and do some work with you, they can reach you. Thank you everyone for being here so much and for sharing the space with us, sharing your questions and holding space for all of our answers and integration.
Yeah. I'll jump in. I'm Jessie Starr. Thank you guys so much. What an awesome gift this was. Great way to jump back into working. I've been kind of in my own zone, healing my own heart for the last year. Thank you, Lorelei, for letting me be here. HealingPathwalkers.com is my website. Jessie at Healing Pathwalkers is how you can email me. You can find me on Facebook, Jessie Starr. You can find me on Instagram, Jessie Seraphin Starr. Super excited to be back. Thanks.
Thanks, Jessie. Who else wants to jump in?
I will jump in. So I'm Galactic Ashley. I channel divine guidance for star seeds, connecting them to their star families and galactic lineages. I use light language frequencies and work with your cosmic connections to facilitate high frequency healing transmissions and encoded activations. You can find me at galacticashley.com, and I also have a midnight special that's going on right now. I'm also on Instagram at Galactic Ashley and on Facebook. Get your galactic groove on. And also, if anybody is interested in crystal skulls, I have a Skullcast podcast, and I am looking for people who work with crystal skulls and want to share their story with crystal skulls on the podcast. So please reach out to me at info@galacticashley.com. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much, Galactic Ashley. All right, Amber.
I'm Amber Blaze, and I created the Astro Love Timer. And what it does is it takes your astrology information and it shows you your luckiest times to meet someone new. And if you become a member, you can use those tools to see what's coming up for you on a calendar that shows this year, next year, last year. And you can also use the partner timeline tools so that you can see what was going on when you met someone, to see, what was the strength of their connection with you, the strength of your connection with them. You can find that at my website. It's amberblaze.com, and that's Blaze with an S instead of a Z. So AMBERBLASE.com. And yeah, I'd love to see you there. And I've so enjoyed spending time with you all. This has been amazing. So thanks so much for having me.
Thanks so much, Amber and Galactic Ashley and Jessie. It's been great. I want to say we had 2 other practitioners that were here earlier that had to leave earlier, and they were, maybe it was more than two. We had Lisa Love Warrior Knowlton, Illuminating Heart Readings and Morphing Practices. She's at lisanowlton.com. That's LISAKNOWLTON.com. Lisa J. Knowlton at gmail.com. And Thorn Davis, Intuitive and Magic-y Readings with Thorn. Thorn's at spiritoracle.com. That's SPIRITORACLE.com. Heart of Oak 8 at gmail.com. That's HEARTOFOAK8, the number 8 at Gmail. And I'm Lorelei Shamayo. I'm an intuitive eye reader, body psychology coach, matchmaker, conscious online dating coach. I help tired. Like I read your eyes and the energy in your eyes, like reading your soul, so that I can answer questions about how you can be the best authentic self you can be, and how to make choices of what you do and who you do it with, so that you feel the most fulfilled and make the biggest contributions. And I also run these MeWe events. So this is an awakening panel. We also have fairs. Examples of things we have coming up are a panel on opening to receive support, seen and unseen, on Friday, February 19. Saturday, February 20, we have a MeWe fair with, I think we have 18 practitioners signed up right now. Wednesday, February 24, we have a panel on crystal healing. Saturday, February 27, we have a panel on medical intuition and energy healing. Sunday, February 28, we have a panel on mediumship, connecting with lost loved ones. And Friday, March 5, we have a panel on sound healing, and we've got like 6 other things scheduled. We are busy. If there's a theme you want us to do a panel on, let us know. And you can find out about all of our events at mewefairs.com. That's MEWEFAIRS.com. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for interpreters, Sharon and Dana. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And everyone, for holding space and contributing to the interpreters. And thank you. All right. Take care, everyone.